We're live.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Hart. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. Welcome to the board's town hall meeting, the second in a series of 4. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. Although this meeting is taking place virtually, we acknowledge that the land we're on as we meet the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed by multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Today's meeting marks the first of 4 town halls that the board will be holding. We arrived here after months of a pandemic that has seen the complete upending of what we knew to be the normal way of life. COVID-19 was causing and continues to cause many people to feel stress and anxiety amidst considerable uncertainty. These feelings create a foundation that were overlaid by the tragic deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and others, leading to a global conversation on policing reform, officer accountability, and the importance of applying new lenses on issues of community safety. Toronto's not any different. And even here, we've seen thousands joining demonstrations which have become commonplace in the last few weeks. We've watched these protests, rallies, and artful expressions. We want to provide an avenue for members of the public to speak directly to us as the Toronto Police Services Board. When we opened the opportunity to engage community members in an informal setting, hundreds of people registered, prompting us to extend our town hall to 4 days to allow us to hear from as many people as possible. For those who are unable to register, we're still accepting written, audio, and video submissions on our website until the end of the week. All submissions will be compiled and shared publicly in the coming weeks. Our staff is also working diligently to ensure that we're capturing all the advice, recommendations, and sentiments from this town hall meeting, and they will be exploring a variety of ways to share the final summary of these meetings, including digital, graphic, and online platforms. All of the feedback that we receive will be part of a consideration of the referred report from the June 19th meeting to our August the 18th meeting. Before we get started, I'd like to go through some housekeeping items. All of these meetings will be chaired by me alongside other board members. Over the course of the 4 days, you'll see different members joining us. At today's meeting, we have myself, Vice Chair Mulliner, Ainsworth Morgan, and Councillor Michael Ford. Councilman Zeto will be joining us shortly. All speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. When your name is called, please be ready to begin. We recognize that this is an unprecedented and unconventional way to host a town hall meeting, but one necessitated by the current context. Should we have any technical glitches, we ask you to be patient with us. And with that, Doobie, please put on our first speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Our first speaker will be Andrew Stewart, followed by Nigel Cavalo. Andrew, can you hear?
I can hear, yes. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Andrew Stewart. Thank you for having me. I'd like to speak briefly to the subject of trust. I'm a middle-class, white, able-bodied cis man, a settler. My parents grew up in Toronto, and Mr. Torrey is not here clearly, but my mother was in his grade 2 class at Bedford Park. I grew up in a small town in Ontario, but moved to Toronto for university 13 years ago, and have chosen to make my life here. Growing up, I was taught I could trust the police. The first time that trust of the police was truly broken for me was the G20. As part of a peaceful protest, I saw our streets lined with tens of thousands of police in riot gear, many without any identifying numbers or badges. We watched the police change the rules on the fly to suit their goals. We watched as police horses charged peaceful protesters in the designated safe protest area. We saw friends stripped of their rights, kettled in the rain, shot with rubber bullets, and locked in makeshift cages without charge, the largest mass arrests in Canadian history. In the aftermath of this, only 2 of the thousands of officers involved were charged, and ultimately they were only given reprimands, docked pay, and forfeited vacation days. As you all well know, one of the most senior people involved in this debacle, former Chief Bill Blair, is now Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. That was 10 years ago. Since my eyes were opened by that event, I've been listening to friends, colleagues, and members of my community, as you are now, and realizing how deep this mistrust is, how traumatized people are by the police in this city, especially if you're Black, especially if you're Indigenous, especially if you're homeless, especially if you're a sex worker, especially if you're a drug user, especially if you're poor, especially if you're suffering a mental health crisis. I could go on. The police may still believe they are here to protect and serve everyone, but that is measurably untrue. We do not trust the police. We fear the police. Just this year, I've seen the Toronto police more and more use their power to intimidate and threaten rather than protect. I've watched dozens of armed police threaten and dehumanize Indigenous youth in this city as they stand up for their land and water and stand up against illegal government and police violence in other parts of this country. Just this week, we saw the police lie to the media about using pepper spray on protesters, which they've since walked back after witness and photo evidence shows that they did. The Toronto Police Services are proving time and time again they cannot be trusted. We do not trust the TPS. We do not trust the SIU. We do not trust the OPP. We do not trust the RCMP. We are in a moment of crisis and a moment of transformation. Now is the time to make real, significant change. In the short term for harm reduction, we need to reallocate funding away from the police and remove the option of deadly force, and stop harassing poor folks just trying to get to work on the TTC. I believe the way forward is to address the root causes of what is currently criminalized, to address our housing crisis, to decriminalize drug users, sex workers, and the poor, and to properly invest in mental health and social services. We need to all work together towards the goal of making the police obsolete and aim for complete police and prison abolition. The police at all levels in Canada, including the TPS, have proven over their history right up to the present that they are not here to serve and protect everyone, that they're here to serve and protect the system itself and its colonial, capitalistic, white supremacist structures. As the chant goes, the system isn't broken, it was built this way. The system isn't broken, it was built this way. The system isn't broken, it was built this way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your deputation. Members of the board, do you have any questions of the deputant? I can't see all of you. I can only actually see Councillor Ford on my screen. So if anyone has any questions, please just speak up. Hearing none, thank you very much for taking the time to call in. We really appreciate your thoughts and your views, and we've taken notes. Have a good day.
Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Did we put on the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Nigel Cavalo, to be followed by Santiana. Nigel, can you hear us? Nigel? All right, we'll skip on. Santiana, can you hear us? Oh, wait.
Hello?
Santiana, can you hear us? Yes. All right,
hello.
we can hear you. We'll go back to Nigel after you.
Okay.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me and others who are here to talk about your services. My cousin, Sharman Rahman, had written this in response to defunding the police. And so what she has said is that it should be beyond dispute that police services are not effectively funded right now, and that Toronto Police routinely fails to address the core needs of the city's Black and visible minority communities. Should you still need convincing, a lot of work has been done in this field already, and I suggest that you reference the past work that has been done. As said by Alok Mukherjee, chair of the Toronto Police Services Board from 2005 to 2015, I quote, "About a decade ago, in response to growing public concern, a national consensus appeared to emerge among police boards and commissions and the respective municipalities that the current model of using a highly paid, uniformed, and armed police officer for all functions was obsolete, expensive, and too often produced dire consequences. This was said 10 years ago. Are we really starting from scratch at this point? Where has this conversation moved in 10 years? Great allyship from National Post reporter Kayla Marsh, who writes, what does defunding the police actually look like? Alex F. Vitale, in his extraordinary book, The End of Policing, outlines the necessary changes so clearly and lucidly that the concept starts to look simple. He begins by identifying the most flagrant issues, the militarization of law enforcement, decriminalization of homelessness, and most sex work, the you versus them attitude instilled by training academies, the school to prison pipeline, the useless and malign war on drugs. Asking for a 10% cut is performative and not true allyship. Councillor Motlow calls for a 10% cut to next year's police budget. That doesn't go far enough. It allows for performative action this year with the police free to request larger funds shortly thereafter. So what we are asking as a city is, what are your measures that you will be doing? As you've heard from many of Toronto residents, we're asking that you do more than performative allyship. So as a former, as another resident had mentioned, coming to terms with creating a response unit that would be peer-to-peer. Is that something that you would consider? Is that something that you have talked about? I would like to know some more, I guess, what you're looking to do, because that was a very great suggestion. And I think that is something that you should consider, especially if it can save $14 million and have actually equipped people to be able to respond to mental health issues, to other issues that don't need the violence that your force seems to instigate upon people who don't need it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much for taking the time to call in. We really appreciate that, and we've taken notes. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We're going to try again with Nigel. Nigel Cavalo, can you hear us? All right, so we'll get back to Nigel later on in the day. Our next speaker will be April Alero, followed by Nicole Cado. Hello, April. We can hear you. You can.
Hi, you can hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, we can.
Hi, I make documentaries for CBC Arts and teach at Humber College, and I'm here as a concerned citizen and as a racialized woman. And I'm kind of disappointed that the mayor isn't here today, but I'm glad the rest of the board that are here are here. Firstly, the scope of the police needs to be greatly reduced. My friend's brother had a schizophrenic episode and ended up getting handcuffed, bruised, and beaten before ending up in a hospital where he got proper care. Another friend is currently volunteering at the city encampment for homeless people with nowhere to go. She brings them water, ice, and snacks. She sees cops intimidating homeless people and sees cops eventually bulldozing their tents, and they literally have nowhere to go. Another morning, after volunteering for electoral reform, another friend, for rolling through a stop sign in a quiet residential street, got harassed by a cop who questioned him and his bike ownership and ended up giving my friend a ticket that he had to fight in court. These are not things that the police should be dealing with, especially with their salaries. I'm sure these incidences would be far worse had these people been Black, Indigenous, or racialized, which leads me to my next point. The police need to be disarmed. In his late 20s, in the middle of an episode, my partner's childhood friend, who was Black and schizophrenic, sadly got shot and killed by the police. In the UK, more than 90% of the police operate without a gun and are guided by the principle of policing by consent rather than force. Deaths by police enforcement are significantly lower, and people with mental health issues are able to get proper care without getting killed. Last, the police budget needs to be cut by at least 50%. More money goes into the police budget than social services, employment, housing, and transportation combined, $1.2 billion. Just yesterday, Seattle cut their police budget by 50%. They plan to invest in affordable housing and fund a community-led process to, quote-unquote, imagine life beyond policing. So if you want to know how it's done, you can look into the work they're doing in Seattle. Other cities that have recently defunded the police include Edmonton, LA, New York, Baltimore, Portland, Philadelphia, and Hartford. You can go to defundthepolice.org, which is a good starting point to understand ideas for new systems and alternatives. Don't ask me what they are. Go on the website, do your research. You are getting paid for this. Reduce police scope, disarm the police, and reduce the budget by 50%. Research and implement alternatives for mental health services, traffic services, by law enforcement, and other services, and reinvest in crisis intervention, housing, restorative services, health centers, and other community initiatives for a socially healthier city. And while you're at it, please get rid of the police horses. My friend's mom used to take care of them, and I know that they require a lot of attention, maintenance, and money, and all they do is crap on my bike lane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Hearing none, thank you very much for taking the time to call in today and speak with us. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nicole, Cado, to be followed by Rebecca and Noza. Nicole, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I
All
can
right,
hear you.
You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello. I am Nicole Cado. I am calling in regard to police response to mental health crisis calls. I am autistic, and like myself, many people on the autism spectrum get overwhelmed by too much activity, noise, and other busy situations. The result can be a meltdown or crisis on transit, at work, at school, or at home. My fear has always been, what would happen if 911 was called and the police are the first and possibly the only responders? Police in full uniform are for many a source of anxiety during a crisis. They are not always a calm, reassuring presence for someone who is already overwhelmed. My own personal experience is that paramedics tend to have a calmer approach and seem more reassuring. All 911 crisis calls should involve civilian mental health professionals who are fully trained and knowledgeable about various neurological and mental health conditions. There should always be a civilian mental health professional trained in peaceful de-escalation techniques present. I chose to put myself on the Toronto Police Service's Vulnerable Person Registry. If I am ever in crisis, I want the police to know what approach works best for me. The problem is the Vulnerable Persons Registry is not very user-friendly. The current form is adapted from incident reporting software. The Toronto Police need to work with autistic self-advocates and other potential vulnerable person registrants. The Vulnerable Persons Registry is only one tool for police responding to mental health crises. Not everyone is on or wants to be on the Vulnerable Person Registry. All 911 responders need to be trained to attend to every person in crisis with compassion and understanding. This comes from community-led education rather than reliance on vulnerable persons registration. This is never a need for a violent outcome.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions?
Chair Hart, can you hear me? It's Vice Chair Moliner.
Yes, Vice Chair, go right ahead.
I have a question for the deputy. Thank you so much, Ms. Cado, for joining us today, and I particularly appreciate your reference to the Vulnerable Persons Registry and the fact that it is not user-friendly. Is there, since we have the benefit of having your expertise right now, is there a particular approach that you would suggest in order to make it more useful for people who are in a situation where they want to self-identify? Thank you.
Well, one of the problems is that, and it's just because of the software used, CopLogic, Nexus Lexis, is that the problem is it refers to the person as an incident. You know, that when you try to put your photograph, it refers to the person as an incident. There's a couple of other municipalities that use a civilian-created and led VPR. Guelph uses vulnerablepersonsregistry.ca, and Sault Ste. Marie, a family in Sault Ste. Marie, created their own VPR in memory of their son who was a wheelchair user and died during the 2003 blackout. So you could look at possibly eventually switching to a VPR that instead of using incident reporting software could be its own website. They even have something like gtavpr.ca. Another concern I have is that there's also service duplication. Because I live on the Pickering border, I'm also on the Autism Registry for Durham, so that's duplicating services. If you had one GTA registry that was created by and for people with special needs, that would be better.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. We'll definitely follow up. Much appreciate you taking the time today.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, do you have any other questions? I just have a comment. I just wanted to remind you or let you know that we have an advisory group that reports through to the board and looking at other ways of delivering mental health services without the use of police officers. So we have that, and we're also consulting with the city on other options as well. So I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate your comments, and they were very helpful. Next speaker, please, Doobie.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Noah, to be followed by Nicole Waldren.
Hello.
Rebecca, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, we can hear you. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. I'm a recent graduate from Osgoode Hall Law School and a Black Toronto community member. I've reviewed the report by Board Chair Hart. I'm troubled by how the proposed recommendations mean enhanced TPS funding, do not challenge the notion that policing promotes public safety, and do not limit police power and position within Black and Indigenous communities. Insofar as the board has the power to decline to implement Mayor Tory's profoundly ill-advised $50 million body-worn camera proposal, voted for by Michael Ford, an empirically proven failure that the community specifically indicated we do not support, as they will not prevent police from killing us, I implore you to do so. To the extent that Black and Indigenous persons are those who make up the public trust, that trust would be best described as an imaginary. Policing, as envisioned, was meant neither to be fair nor equitable. The slaveholders whose private property police protected and the slave catchers who hunted and returned runaway enslaved persons to their owners were not singularly American phenomena. The RCMP was deployed to free up Indigenous land and enable white settlement. From then onward, the state of police and community relations has continued to be violent, colonial, and marred by white supremacy and racism. The board's best efforts did not prevent Black people from making up 60% of fatal TPS encounters from 2013 to 2017. We do not need another committee, task force, community policing unit, or a token Black police chief. We need an immediate divestment from the $1 billion TPS budget, including funds erroneously allocated to body-worn cameras, and investment into public education, income support, mental health, harm reduction, and affordable housing. These are policy decisions that would put us clearly on the path to change. The Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, much like a civilian oversight board, has provided mere operational perspectives and has made no real progress towards systemic change. A mandatory ethics, inclusivity, and human rights training program held once every 2 years would mean allocating additional funding, technology, and power to TPS, furthering the notion that policing serves as an appropriate response to homelessness, mental illness, and poverty, social problems that are disproportionately occasioned upon Black and Indigenous persons. Several abolitionist reforms falling within the board's mandate to create and support a culture of anti-racism would better respond to the city's best interests. The board can suspend administrative leave to officers under investigation, withhold pensions, and refuse to rehire officers who use excessive force, hold officers liable under misconduct settlements, eliminate overtime pay for militarized assignments, withdraw participation from militarization programs, and reduce the overall size of the force. These reforms would necessarily coincide with funding reallocation to collective Black and Indigenous safety, preventative support and resources, and anti-oppressive de-escalation. As pled by abolitionist Miriam Kaba, when the streets calm and people suggest once again that we hire more Black police officers or create more civilian review boards, I hope we remember all the time those efforts have failed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions? Councillor Ford?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Hart, and good morning, Rebecca. Thank you for your deputation. I know you mentioned a few things in your deputation, but the one thing I want to touch on was specifically the body-worn cameras. Of course, that is perceived to be an element of police accountability. I know some people question that, and that's fair. Do you have any other recommendations for a different type of model of police accountability in any way?
There can be no police accountability when the police police themselves. Any sort of oversight needs to be done exclusively by community with no involvement whatsoever from police or former police. And I've mentioned another of abolitionist reforms that would go towards engendering police accountability in my deputation, which you'll be able to reference the notes of. But the point is that, as I've mentioned, police cannot police the police.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much for taking the time to call in. Your comments are very helpful. Have a good day. Next speaker, Doobie.
Our next speaker is Nicole Waldren, to be followed by Kathleen Christie. Nicole, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, for having me here this morning. I am a mom of a son diagnosed with bipolar disorder and otherwise known as an illness. I sit on the Family of Caregivers Committee at CAMH and the Ontario Family of Caregivers Network. And there are concerns that I have, and I know many caregivers have, that we really want to bring to your attention this morning. While we wait on all these various budget allocations and reallocations to be done, I think and believe that there are quite a few things that can happen right now. As a member of society, I do not expect the police to be fully trained like social workers or doctors. That's not their job. However, what I do expect is that significant time is spent on training all police officers on de-escalating someone in psychosis or in crisis. For example, when someone is in paranoia and they are extremely afraid and unclear in their thinking, we have to remember this is an illness that is manifesting in behavior. It is imperative that officers recognize that these people are afraid and their families are afraid at the same time, and they are calling you for help. We also ask, and I also ask, that you seriously take on adding teams to answer the mental health crisis calls. Families really cannot call and ask for the mental health crisis team. All we can do is call and say, my loved one is in crisis and this is what is happening. I would suggest that families be allowed to be involved when the police officers arrive to the scene, because they're the ones that know their loved ones best. Sometimes it could be the first time that they're in crisis and they may not know what is happening. It really would be good if the MCIT works in conjunction at all times with the PRU unit. Nurses, social workers, doctors know how to de-escalate someone who is experiencing paranoia. I say, what would you do if it was your loved one that was in crisis and the police were called and they put them in handcuffs and took them to a hospital that they had no association with? What would you do if it was you who ended up in crisis? Because anyone can end up in a mental health crisis. And the first response was a police officer with a gun pulled on you. I think we need to think of these things. We need to recognize that it's human beings that we're dealing with a mental illness. I would also ask that the MCIT protocols be looked at and revamped, because some of them are archaic, some of them just don't make sense, and some of the partnerships need to be expanded. My son is associated with CAMH, and CAMH is not listed as one of your partners. Would you take your loved one to a hospital where they were not a patient? So I wind up and I end up with this. We need to focus on training and educating the police officers, every single one of them, including administrative officers. We need to make sure there's evaluation that is done continuously. We need to make sure that there's accountability, and we've had other callers speak to that, and I will not get into that, but accountability must have measurable measures put in place.
Thank you very much for your comments. You're at 3.5 minutes, so I'll cut you off there. I think board members may have questions for you, though. I certainly do. Board members, any questions?
Marie Mulliner has a question.
Right ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Waldren, for joining us today and for describing your experience, especially in relation to the role you play on the CAMH Caregiver Committee. I believe that was the name. Is there one thing that committee has focused on, and I know you've run through a number of important recommendations that you think would be particularly useful, in addition perhaps to CAMH becoming a partner of the TPS, that would be particularly useful to us to hear directly from you as a member of that committee? What's the one thing that you think we should really focus on? Thank you.
One of the things that we have spoken about is having specialized teams that attend to calls when someone is in a mental health crisis.
Thank you very much. We have heard that. Thank you. And that's a very important recommendation, and you're not the first to mention it, but it's very important. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, any other questions?
Yes, Chairman Hart, I have a question for the caller.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Hi, Ms. Waldren. Thank you for your deputation. I just had a question. Given all that's happening, what made you decide to go through the process of signing up and speaking today?
Because I felt it was imperative that my voice was heard, but I also sit from the unique perspective as a caregiver and bringing that understanding to the role as a family member, what happens when someone is in a mental health crisis and how it should be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it's important to hear your voice and many voices like yours. I think, obviously it's a very personal topic for you, and we want to make sure we give it the proper respect it deserves, not just yourself, but many others in similar situations. So I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, especially as family caregivers are left out of the conversation quite often.
Yes, and we need to do something about that. So we do take these notes, and I also wanted just to let all the other callers know, given we are 4 days of the town hall, and you're not necessarily going to comment on all calls. However, we are listening to every single person that is here today, and for the next, the upcoming days. So I do want to make note of that. Our silence is not necessarily an ignorant. It's more just ensuring that we are listening and taking notes and putting forth the effort to act on the recommendations that are put forward. So again, thank you to Ms. Waldren and to all callers today. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Morgan. Any other questions of board members? Councillor Ford, I believe you have a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Nicole. Thank you so much for coming to the board. I think your comments were incredibly constructive, and I've taken a number of notes here. But one of the things I took from your deputation and others is the lack of trust with police, and there's a number of reasons for that. But what is one thing we can do as a service to build trust with our communities?
I think one of the things is what you're doing right now, but listening and hearing that we have to do a different type of approach and the education of police officers on how they deal. And I'm going to speak from the mental health crisis piece on what mental health is, what mental illness is, and when someone is in crisis, it's not your regular thing that you're dealing with. This person is afraid, and their mind has changed, and they're not the same person that they were when they're not ill, and their family is also in crisis. So it's education.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Any other questions, board members? I have one. You mentioned in your deputation that our MCIT protocols need to be changed. Can you give me a couple of examples?
Well, one of the things I noticed in the MCIT is that the PRU is always not able to attend with the team. And I think that should be something that a nurse or a social worker should always be there with the team, going and assessing how things are done. And that families are allowed to say, I need the MCIT team to attend this call. This is only left up to the officers, the PRU units when they attend, and sometimes it's too late. You need someone who understands de-escalation at those crisis calls. Because I'm not expecting, and I don't think a lot of families expect the police to know exactly how to do it. Social workers are trained for years on how to do it. We must be reasonable of our expectations of the police. So bringing those that are trained alongside would really make your job easier and safer for everyone overall.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question. More often than not, the MCIT team doesn't arrive because they're not available. It's not a 24/7 operation across the city. So would your recommendation be to fund that appropriately so that they are available?
Totally. That is the big ask, is that there should be hundreds of teams actually that are built just for this, because we know that many of the calls that are coming through are for a lot of people in mental health crisis, whether they're at home or they're on the street.
Thank you. Your words have been very helpful to all of us.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, members? Hearing none, seeing none. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Christie, and we'll give Nigel Cavalo another try after that. And if not him, then it'll be Dan Zeto.
Hello, it's Kathleen Christie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Kathleen Christie. I'm a retired executive from a professional services firm in Toronto. I've had ongoing concerns about the Toronto Police and their approach to Black, Indigenous, and marginal communities for a number of years. My concern was highlighted when my son-in-law, an African-American social worker at Covenant House, moved to Toronto 5 years ago. In the first 6 to 12 months, he was stopped and carded 3 times driving our family car for no reason. My white son and daughter have driven this car for years and never been stopped. I was deeply ashamed of our city. Chief Saunders and the police board defended and resisted elimination of this practice. It was only stopped when the provincial government intervened with a regulation. The time for significant change is now. The type of change needed is well documented. I don't need to go over those ideas. I submitted a petition to the mayor and to Chair Hart with 195 signatures supporting Councillor Matlow's motion for reduction of the police budget. Mayor Tory talks about a number of initiatives implemented over the past 5 years and at least 3 studies since 2014 focused on cost savings and modernization. These efforts have had no to minimal impact as evidenced by current issues of racism and mistrust of the police. The Council recently approved initiatives do not represent the required changes and they will take too long to implement. Any significant change in any organization requires a strong catalyst and courageous leaders. Defunding the police and reallocating the money to the communities is that catalyst. And hopefully a new chief and a new head of the police association will have more courage as leaders. The current Police Services Board also needs to be disbanded and restructured. It should have 12 to 15 people, more representation from Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We need a chair of the board who has credibility and trust with these groups and who can provide leadership to change. I do not want 25% of my property tax dollars allocated to the police budget, nor do I want it allocated to the $5 million estimated annual cost for body cameras. This initiative has been shown by many, many studies to have no impact on improving police behavior. I ask Mayor Tory and the Police Services Board, what will be different this time that will result in the changes needed? In my view, there is no evidence so far of anything different. We are about to see much of the same as the last 5 years. The Police Services Board must stop resisting change and provide the leadership to make the change to police services that our communities need. Now is the time to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions? I see Councillor Nunziata has joined us. I can't see all of you, so if you have any questions, please just speak up.
Vice Chair Melen here. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling in today, Ms. Christie. I'm interested in knowing whether the 3 times that you mentioned your son-in-law was stopped resulted in any follow-ups. Did he, for example, go to the Police Complaints Commission or to any other complaints process? I'm interested in knowing whether you have experience you could recount about how those systems may have worked or not worked for your family. Thank you.
Good question, but no, he didn't. He did get a $300 ticket on one item, and he went to court and explained the situation, and of course it was dismissed. But no, we didn't go, and I'm not even sure as a public we would have known that. And I suppose I'm not sure anybody would feel that even if they went to the complaint board, anything would be done.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today.
Any further questions, board members? Councillor Ford, I believe you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Kathleen. Thank you for your deputation. The one thing you mentioned was about the oversight body of Toronto Police, which is the board. And you mentioned adding more people to the board and a more diverse lens. Is there any other changes to oversight and governance that you would recommend to the board?
I think a previous speaker spoke to this issue. You certainly need more civilians, and you need more community groups, and you need more independence. And I think the board needs more courage. I don't know whether you need a different structure. You just need different representation and more courage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much for taking the time to call in today. We really appreciate your comments. Will be next speaker.
Next speaker is Nigel Cavalo. Nigel, can you hear us? Still not getting to Nigel. So we'll go to Dan Zeto, to be followed by Diana Chan McNally. Dan, can you hear me? Dan? Okay, we'll get back to Dan as well. So we'll go to Diana Chan McNally, to be followed by Bill Sinclair. Diana, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
And thank you
Go
for
ahead,
the Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So I have worked with people experiencing homelessness since 2014 as a frontline drop-in worker. And during this time, I've had numerous interactions with both 14 Division and 51 Division in the context of the people that I work with. These interactions have been overwhelmingly negative and at the expense of the human rights and dignity of people who are unhoused. I've seen an officer neglect to double check if a participant in my drop-in had an outstanding warrant, assume that he had one, and tackle him to the ground, smashing his head on the pavement. He bled a lot, and he did not have an outstanding warrant. His rights were grossly violated in this situation. I have had an officer refuse to administer naloxone on a person experiencing an overdose because they did not want to deal with the SIU investigation process afterward. That officer willingly refused to save someone's life just to avoid paperwork and scrutiny. I have seen 2 armed officers on the brink of violence with a man holding a small knife who was threatening to stab himself. If I hadn't physically stepped in between them to de-escalate, perhaps that man, Joe, would not be here. Because I am a trained community worker and because I do not automatically perceive people who are street involved as threats, but rather as people, I know how to intervene. Just as important, I do not need any weaponry or physical additions to my 100-pound frame to achieve a safe, effective outcome when someone is in crisis. Police are not community workers like me. They are enforcers of the law, and their presence is inherently escalating. On the law, the approach in our city, and thus of Toronto Police Services to enforce that law, is to view people experiencing homelessness as immoral and degenerates and thus criminal. This city, you, fail to view the law beyond the level of the individual and their perceived personal failings, or realize that the law is a mirror of the city itself, including all of the gross inequities that marginalize and thus criminalize people on the street. And who are these people? In large part, they are Indigenous and they're Black. In fact, 38% of Torontonians experiencing homelessness and sleeping rough identify as Indigenous, despite constituting just 2.5% of the city's population. Similarly, Black Torontonians are just 8.9% of the city's population, yet 31% of Torontonians experiencing homelessness identify as Black. The intersection of race and poverty is palpable in Toronto, and that intersection makes people who are homeless and of color as special targets for policing. Mayor Tory has publicly stated in a press conference that the 1,500 Torontonians who are living in encampments are doing it as much as a political act as anything else. To the mayor, these people whose existence owes not only to the pandemic, but also to the dual long-standing crises of homelessness and a lack of affordable housing, are merely trying to survive. They are not dissidents. Because of that reticence to accept the systemic reasons why people in our city are homeless and living in encampments, and to counteract the continued policing of people experiencing homelessness, community services like drop-in centers have stepped up to provide supports where the city has otherwise failed. In addition to working frontline, I am also employed with the Toronto Drop-In Network, although I'm speaking as myself. During the pandemic, 11 of our drop-in centers operated the only indoor spaces that are available to people sleeping rough. In addition to these spaces, 34 more drop-ins converted to takeaway services, helping to support the food security and resource needs of people excluded from the shelter system. Our budget across 28 drop-ins is just $7.57 million versus the budget of Toronto Police Services, which is $1.22 billion. And yet we are the ones who were saving lives.
I'm going to have to wrap you up there. I have to wrap you up there because you're at 3.5 minutes, but perhaps board members will have questions for you. I really appreciate your unique perspective and your expertise. Board members? Any questions?
Vice Chair Mulliner has a question.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Ms. Chan McNally. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about what you would recommend given your extensive experience on the front line in terms of the type of crisis response teams that many deputants have been recommending today. Is there a particular approach or constitution of a team that, based on your frontline work, you would say works best and that you would be prepared to describe for us? Thank you.
I think it's never appropriate to be sending in armed police officers to folks who are in crisis. In my experience, and I've seen this universally, is that when they are present in a drop-in space or outside of that space when someone is in crisis, they are automatically an escalating presence for that person. Understandably, seeing someone in uniform with a weapon is not going to make you feel more calm. So in terms of responding to crisis, this is something that should actively be done by community workers. Again, we have that expertise, we have that training, and more importantly, we don't perceive people as automatic threats. Again, I've been in a situation where someone had been armed, had been in crisis and intending to stab themselves. And frankly, if I hadn't been there, that situation could have escalated to the point where who knows what would have happened. That person may actually have died. I think in this case, when we talk about what an appropriate response should be, definitely we need to have trained social workers, community workers responding in lieu of police. And in fact, I would even argue that police should not be the immediate first responders. It should always be a community worker.
Thank you. Any board members? Vice Chair, any other follow-up questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much for that very clear response.
Board members, any other questions? I just have one. Given your extensive experience with the homeless community, have you ever had the occasion where you've had to call police for assistance, or have you always been able to manage those situations on your own?
We have called police before. Generally, the context would be if someone has been the victim of a crime, a violent crime. So in my case, certainly we've called when someone has been grossly assaulted and they have wanted to call police. And that is the context in which I personally have contacted police officers. Otherwise, we've called emergency services in the case of an overdose, and police have arrived on the scene. But I would even argue that that is not an appropriate response either. And in fact, we know that folks who use drugs often do not call 911 when they're facing overdose or someone they're with is facing overdose because they're afraid of being criminalized by police officers. So in that context as well, I don't think it's ever appropriate to be sending in police. In the case of an overdose, again, we should have medical personnel and community workers responding.
Thank you. Your comments are really helpful. Any other questions from board members?
Yes, I have a question.
Right ahead, Councilor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation. So as you know, we have a number of agencies now that the city funds, and as well as the province to deal with mental health. And a lot of these agencies are doing amazing work in the community. So would you agree that we have to look at a model where we partner, where there's a partnership and there's additional funding given to the existing agency to respond to the crisis and when there's a call for medical health, rather than, as you mentioned, send a police officer, but we could partner with these agencies and give them additional funding for the responses.
Sorry, to clarify, you're asking whether we should be funding agencies to respond, but also when you suggest this in partnership with Toronto Police Services, to you, what does that partnership mean? Are they on site?
Yeah, well, that's my point. So right now we have existing agencies now that do receive funding, city funding, and as well as provincial funding to deal with mental health. There's a number of agencies in different parts of the city. So to look at a model where we can allocate some of those funds or additional funding to deal with the existing agencies that we have to deal with the responses. Do you think that would work?
I honestly do not believe that police should be involved in these types of calls at all. And so when you're speaking to a partnership, we really should not have officers really doing that kind of community and social work and health provider work. That's not their role. And it is not an issue of training. Really, their presence again, and frankly, the sort of underlying ideology of police services makes them kind of, again, an escalating presence and a bit of a threat. So I would suggest that we do not have partnerships in the context of, say, overdose or a mental health crisis, and instead this should be something that's broached entirely by community workers and community agencies. Yes, again, it isn't a matter of training police officers. Again, that's looking at systemic issues at the level of each individual officer. And it's not about each individual officer. It's actually about the larger system itself and, the issues that are embedded in there, including racism, again, including stigma against people experiencing mental health crises, including stigma against people experiencing homelessness. So, my response would be that we should not have partnerships in the context of these types of calls at all. It should actually be handled completely at a community level.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Hearing none, I really want to thank you. You've been very helpful to the board. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bill Sinclair, and after him, we'll try to go back to Dan Butzo, and after that, Danielle Musso. Bill, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello. My name is Bill Sinclair, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Neighborhood Group Community Services. And that's a nonprofit, community-based social service provider in the city of Toronto. The Neighborhood Group provides a wide range of community services, from childcare to youth services, to services for newcomers, people who are unemployed, people who are homeless, to home care for older adults, and more. We serve over 60,000 residents of this city every year, and we have community centers and community offices located in police divisions 13, 14, 31, 32, 51, and 55. We also partner with the community to provide grassroots solutions, including mediation and alternative dispute resolution. Thank you for holding these town halls and for all the board members and councillors participating and being accountable to the public. Two of our city councillors, Councillor Matlow and Councillor Wong-Tam, are two of our councillors, and I want to start by saying that I think that we think that City Council was wrong not to listen to the thousands of voices that called for change at the June council meeting. We support the calls of Black and Indigenous community for a reduction and reallocation of the police budget. We must make addressing poverty and disparity in our city a priority. And this is a time for bold and brave changes to improve the lives of our residents in Toronto. It is unacceptable to us that the police budget is larger than the combined budgets of public health, children's services, homeless services, services for youth and families, and in fact, all spending seeking to reduce poverty and increase equity. We do not support this. Many have spoken already that the police are not the correct response to poverty, homelessness, drug use, and mental health crisis. And we need a complete change in these responses. A harm reduction approach, a public health approach, and a community building approach. And we need a new non-police mental health crisis intervention system immediately. And different speakers have talked about other models in other places that we could be looking at. We're glad to hear that hundreds of people want to speak on this issue at this town hall to share their truths and their solutions. And we urge you to listen to these voices of the residents and the many grassroots groups that are calling for change. The neighborhood group, we hear and we support the calls of these groups, including Black Lives Matter and the Urban Alliance on Race Relations and others. In conclusion, as a large organization that serves tens of thousands of low-income residents, we do see the daily impact of racial discrimination and the trauma of mistreatment from the police and the criminal justice system as a whole. And this is more than just the police.
Thank you, sir. I'll have to wrap you up there. Okay. I'll have to wrap you up there because you're at 3.5 minutes, but thank you very much. I'm sure you'll get questions you can speak more.
Okay.
Board members, any questions? I have a question for you. You mentioned that the police shouldn't be responding to some of these calls. So would your recommendation be that we have the appropriate services funded so that police don't have to respond when they're the only ones that can respond, often in the middle of the night?
I think people have referred even on the board that with funding, we could have teams 24/7, and mental health response teams should not just be office hours or during the day. We can create a crisis response team that is available, or multiple teams that are available across the city and across the divisions to respond 24/7, and that's the response that people need and are asking for.
Thank you, sir. Your comments are very helpful, and also thank you for all of your community work.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Doobie, please put on the next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Dan Zeto. Dan, can you hear us? Dan, can you hear us? Okay, so we'll move on to Daniel Musso, to be followed by Rachel M. Daniel, can you hear us?
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the members of the Toronto Police Board for opening this town hall to the public to hear us speak. So what I felt was important today, I felt it was important today for me to speak particularly. I just thought that because I represent a demographic of people in Toronto, I think that maybe wouldn't speak. I'm a white, cis, male, just a layman. I'm a worker here in Toronto. I really have no expertise in anything to do with budgetary services or politics, things like this, but I consider myself a beneficiary of this system that we live in, this system of systemic racism. And so often it would be so easy for people like me not to speak. And I think, like so many Torontonians, I'm incredibly disappointed with the decision not to defund the Toronto Police and instead the passing of the motion to increase the budget for body cam acquisition and for reform and increased training. To me, just what I see in this is actually a reactionary thinking. And on top of the fact that there's so much evidence, as mentioned by previous deputants, that this kind of reform just isn't working, and it doesn't work, and it's proven to not have worked in the past, especially when it comes to body cams, influencing police officers' interactions with the public. Basically, you made the decision to continue the status quo of criminalizing and policing the symptoms of marginalized people experience because of our racist system. This is implicit in criminalizing poverty, criminalizing sex work, criminalizing mental health issues, and disproportionately policing communities that are put down by this system. And I just didn't understand why you aren't challenging yourselves to think critically and creatively about the world that we live in, why we aren't questioning this system that we've all inherited and this reality, and that we don't necessarily have to accept this as a way to interact with the community to as you say, keep the community safe. That we should be instead addressing the why this crime exists, what socioeconomic factors lead to individuals making these decisions to commit crime, why people lack access to mental health support and systems of treatment, why there is so much addiction in the city, why there's so much homelessness, why do families break down in certain communities. We need to look at these problems at the root and allocate the money that is in the Toronto Police budget towards building systems that are really addressing these problems at the root. I was speaking to a friend of mine recently, who actually works for the Toronto Police Services as a civilian in the offices, and he listed so many examples of the toxic culture that he sees every day in his workplace from officers, and this mentality of an us versus them when it comes to police. And hearing this right from the source of someone working there is incredibly disturbing for me as a citizen. And he went on to talk about different units that could be included or merged with the city that would immediately provide savings, such as the AUC unit, the police financials unit, that it could be merged with medical workers in Toronto and financial
I have to
workers.
wrap you up there. You're at 3.5 minutes, but perhaps we'll get board members to ask you some follow-up questions.
Thank you.
Board members, any questions? Councillor Ford, I believe you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and hi, Daniel. Thank you very much for speaking with us today. What I'm really, and I've heard this from a number of speakers yesterday, today, and what I'm trying to not wrap my head around, but is understand how the body cameras don't work. And I've heard different stories about, they get covered up, they aren't on, whatnot during interactions. What do you think doesn't work with the body cameras?
Well, I think it doesn't address the problem that police seem to, in situations such as wellness checks, dealing with racialized people with mental health issues. It doesn't seem to help the de-escalation part of the interaction. That when the body cam only really serves, it almost is ignored in that situation, that it isn't a preventative tool, that it's more of like in the aftermath. Like we've seen this so many times in media in the U.S., instances where everything is recorded on the body cam, but it's after the fact, that I don't understand it as a tool, as a preventative tool. Does that make sense?
No, that does make sense. So pretty much it's not really it as a useful tool in terms of accountability and interaction. It's more, if I'm getting you right, you would rather put that money into more preventative measures than a camera on an officer.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Yeah, community services can be immediately used instead of with that money instead of body cams, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Councillor Nunziata, I believe you have a question. We can't hear you, Councillor Nunziata. I think you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead, Councillor.
Okay, so Daniel, I don't know if you're aware, but the city, every year in their budget, we have allocated and we have increased our budget for preventive, and we have given this year in particular additional millions of dollars to agencies in the community doing exactly what you suggested us to do with the poverty reduction, we have invested a lot, the city has, and we will continue doing that. So are you aware that we are doing that now, that we are funding and increased the city budget?
I was aware of that, but the fact still remains that the Toronto Police Services are the single greatest cost of the Toronto taxpayer. And it doesn't make sense to me, and I think to many callers, that the Toronto Police Services, given the evidence and the instances that we have of the ineffectiveness of dealing with these problems in our communities, that they should receive more money than housing and children care and poverty reduction combined. Like citing specific examples of giving some money to these services, it's not quite enough. You need to address the fact that Toronto Police are still the number one service that are called in these instances, in many instances, and the ineffectiveness that we're all responding to, essentially.
But as you know, that we have increased gun violence in the city, and the community is asking for more police presence because they don't feel safe in their community. So you have to address that issue as well.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I think there is, like, we need to look at the communities, or like what is really happening in that community. And also, what about the community response you're receiving right now? Is that like, does that have anything to do? Does that change your mind at all as to what is happening, like how this issue is evolving and how our understanding of how our systems work are actually evolving, so that we're not just defaulting to the police as a
Daniel, there are a lot of people in the community that want to see more police presence in their community because they don't feel safe. So you have to address their concerns as well. So we can do both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? I have one for you. You ran out of time when you were going through a list of perceived deficiencies for the police service. Could you repeat what you said and add on to that for me?
Absolutely. So the friend of mine I was speaking to listed two in particular, actually three in particular. He saw an over management within his own unit, the civilian more office side of the Toronto Police Services, that there was a heavy-handed management and actually too many managers, he found. But more specifically, he spoke about the AUC unit that deals with police officers coming back, being rehabilitated, physical injuries, that could be actually merged with Toronto medical units and the Toronto medical services to save money, to take that money out of the police services, and then also the financial services that are specific for the Toronto police. And then from my, just like I said, limited understanding of what is happening, but I'm trying to learn, but just instances of like listening to the meeting on the 29th, hearing members of the board talk about how suspension without pay was not even a considered reality before, which to me was a bit confusing of if an officer is charged or being investigated, that no matter what they receive pay. It's instances like that. That was for me, but the other ones we talked about, me and this friend of mine.
Thank you for those comments. Board members, any final questions? Thank you very much for your input. We really appreciate it, and we took lots of notes.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Next speaker.
Next speaker will be Rachel M, to be followed by Marie Glass. Rachel, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. So good morning. My name is Rachel. I'm a citizen of the GTA, and I'm here to show you how angry and unsatisfied I am with your services, including you counselors. To start, I demand that the police no longer respond to calls related to mental health. I demand that you do not tolerate any signs of staff participating in discriminatory or racist actions, words, microaggressions, tattoos, any of it. Fire all of them. I've seen a picture going around of a Toronto police officer with the Confederate flag tattoo, a racist symbol. This should not be tolerated, especially since Black folks are 20 times more likely to be shot dead by police in Toronto than white folks, despite making up only 10% of the city's residents. I think that your services, with your billion-dollar budget, need to start incorporating actions that align with defunding, disarming, and dismantling the police, and the reallocation of those funds in order to reimagine public safety. For starters, if you're going to murder someone, the very least you can do is to look at what clearly went wrong in each situation to make sure that it never happens again. And it is very clear. In Ijaz Chowdhury's case, first, of course, the police who know very well that they may have to kill someone should not be responding to mental health crises. May I add, the job is not to kill. Also, the officers were not able to understand Ijaz due to the language barrier, and vice versa. Ijaz was not able to understand them. Therefore, invest in changes which would address the possibility of a language barrier in each call for police. Invest in experts that can address mental health issues rather than investing in more lethal weapons. I've experienced a mental health crisis which involved being suicidal before. And from personal experience, what people say is true. I was more of a danger to myself than I was to others. I was solely focused on my own suffering and desiring it. I think that if you ask others that have experienced mental health crises as well, they will say very similar things. And this is why you need to listen to the people that are actually going through the things that you, as board members and council members, are attempting to address, and doing poorly, may I add. I hear people in power say a lot that they do not understand where the money that you defund from the police go, or they do not know who else is going to protect us except the police. Well, all you have to do is listen, because there are Black and Indigenous leaders who have done this hard work for you, like Black Lives Matter Canada or defund.ca, for example. They know exactly where the money should go, whether that's education, medical care, and more. Even a simple Google search about what can replace the police will get you many answers. And so it's not that hard for you, because all you have to do is listen. Sandy Hudson, who co-founded Black Lives Matter Toronto, said that COVID-19 has shown us how quickly programs can be implemented in this city. I'm sure that 6 months ago, we didn't expect to be policing people about how many people they're meeting with or if they're wearing a mask. Well, now you're doing so. From this, it's proven how quickly changes can be made when they are prioritized. Well, we cannot be okay with another Black, Brown, Indigenous person unjustly dying as a result of the deeply corrupt and racist police system again. Prioritize Black and Indigenous lives and defund the police. Invest in the community with your billion-dollar budget. Do not send police officers to mental health calls.
Thank you very much. I have to cut you off there because you're at 3.5 minutes, but I'm sure board members will have questions for you. You can speak some more. Board members, any questions of the deputant? I have one question for you. You mentioned you saw a photograph of a police officer with a Confederate flag. Where did you see that?
Well, I volunteered with a group, and a person sent pictures of a police officer that works in the Toronto Police Services, and I believe it was on their Facebook profile, Facebook pictures of the police officer with the Confederate flag tattoo.
I suggest you have somebody send that into the board office or into the chief of police.
Okay. Thank you. But I hope.
If we haven't seen it, we can't act on it. Any other questions, board members? Hearing none, I really want to thank you for your time. Your comments are valued. Have a good day. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marie Glass. Marie, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm in.
All right, and you'll be followed by Elena Anderson. Marie, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Buckle up. I was told I would have 5 minutes, and now I only have 3, but you're still going to hear everything I have to say. I am speaking today to echo the call to defund the police and have that savings allocated in the interest of the community they supposedly serve. A myriad of educated, attainable solutions have been presented today alone. Read your notes. An additional $50 million over 10 years is a slap in the face to your community. To best make this point, I had to choose between statistics and anecdotes with only a few minutes to speak. I opted for anecdotes because you already have access to all the statistics that illustrate my position if you only read them without bias. My anecdotes you won't hear anywhere else, and hopefully my personal experience will mean something to you as a citizen of your city. I am a white Canadian, English as a first language woman. I am queer, but I don't look like it. I am one rung down on the privilege ladder from a white man. I need you to listen to these stories and imagine how folks feel 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 rungs down from me, because that hierarchy is real. At 20 years old, I learned the police are not here for women. They're here for work, even female officers, because in this story, 2 female and 2 male officers attended. So here it is, 2 a.m. I'm studying for finals. I hear her go crying and screaming while her boyfriend throws beer bottles at her in the street below my 2nd-story window. I called the police like anyone would, thinking they would help. I went down and diffused the situation and sat with her while we waited for police to arrive. While we waited, a strange man pulled up and started trying to convince the girl to get in his car with him. This man, I assure you, was a predator. When the police arrived, they asked him who he was. He lied and said he knew her. The police believed him without any ID or verification, without asking the women present. I had to scream at him myself in the presence of 4 officers to get him to leave the scene. This was 2010, by the way, not 1950. I guess the police officers all thought this was too complicated for them because they left while I sat with her, convinced her to call her family, and waited in the street at 2 a.m. surrounded by broken glass until her dad came, hoping the whole time that her violent boyfriend wouldn't come back. She was 16 and I was 20. Who did they serve that day? Who did they protect? I'm just going to give us a few seconds of silence, and I want each of you to think about all the things that could have happened to that 16-year-old drunk girl that night if I wasn't awake at 2 a.m. for finals. I'm not done. I have 3 friends with severe epilepsy. They have all been violently restrained and arrested just after seizures because the police are ill-equipped. This is me being generous, by the way, to de-escalate and create a safe space for someone post-seizure. These friends have been having seizures around their family, partners, and friends for years, and their loved ones don't feel that their lives are in danger, but for whatever reason, the police in their flak jackets and steel-toed boots do. Regis Korchinski Paquette was epileptic and my neighbor. I believe, like the police let my friends down, they let my neighbor down in her time of need. Let's all take a second to say her name. Regis Korchinski Paquette. Say it, coward. Before the police made Regis a victim, she was a person. Before the police turned her into a statistic, she was a person. Say her name. On Monday, a young woman of color was fainting in the lobby of my building. I did not call for help because I don't know if the fall from her floor is fatal. I took her home. I'm glad her roommate was there and was capable of looking after her because the thought of having to call for a wellness check made me sick. Here's one about the best cop I know. My uncle, good dad, a pillar in his community, recently retired Peel Regional Police Sergeant Raymond Ward, remember his name. The best cop I know is so committed to maintaining the status quo that he completely cut me out of his life after I unapologetically attended the March for Regis. His wife, a child youth worker with Waterloo District Catholic School Board, threatened me in response to my social media posts questioning police conduct. If these are the good ones, my family, the people who have a personal investment in me, how bad are the bad apples? We know that incrementalism like that presented today does nothing. I call on you, officials of the city of Toronto, to take control on behalf of your constituents
I
of how
have
the
to end
police
you there.
budget is
You're at 3.5
allocated.
minutes.
Make systemic change to attack a systemic problem.
Sorry, I have to end you there. You're at 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
And if you think this is radical, if you think I'm radical, I wasn't until
Board
the
members,
police
do you have any
killed
questions?
my neighbor. I was complacent, and quietly avoiding a good Canadian until the police killed my neighbor. Now I'm radical for that.
Thank you for calling in. Do we put on the next speaker? Do we have the next speaker?
Yes. I think we have Nigel with us again. Nigel, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was waiting on the phone the whole time.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you can go ahead now.
Oh, I'm starting right now. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please do.
Okay. I'm calling in as a private citizen. I'm advocating for the defunding of the police so their budget can be reinvested into communities. The last several decades have seen Toronto's social service funding gutted, and those jobs and dollars have been outsourced to an unqualified police force. Instead of having a variety of well-funded tools to handle our social problems, we have one overfunded tool, the Toronto Police Service. Instead of providing funding to social programs, education, and housing, which address the root of our social problems, the city has used their presence to justify investments into the blatant over-policing of poor and racialized people. As a white middle-class person living off of Queen West, besides seeing cops outfitted with brand new uniforms being paid to cruise around in new cars, the police have no presence in my life. They don't bother me, and they do nothing useful for me. I received a meaningful education because I grew up in a neighborhood where schools and community centers were well funded. Police were not present in them. Growing up, I partied until all hours of the morning without a word from a police officer. But when I speak to friends whose families live in neighborhoods in Scarborough or Mississauga, I hear of their Black youth being routinely harassed and injured by police. To me, this shows that the TPS see the very existence of Black people as criminal. There is an abundance of research telling us that police presence does nothing to reduce crime, while investment in community services and housing does. Why should more money at all be invested into policing, a service that has been proven to have few tangible benefits for our most marginalized people when other effective options exist? I understand that the idea of defunding is concerning to those who work for the department because they aren't keen on finding a new line of work. I empathize with that. But the fact of the matter is that jobs end when they are no longer considered necessary, and the needs of our city are not being met by the police. Our needs will not be met with more diversity in the police force. No one is asking for this. Our city's needs won't be met by body cameras. No one is asking for those either. Jobs and services that have suffered massive budget cuts require funding to keep our communities safe in ways that the TPS has shown itself to be entirely inadequate. We must defund the TPS, and I urge its officers to have the resiliency of those who have faced job losses in the city's social services for decades. The training to become a TPS officer is just 12 weeks. This is significantly less of a personal investment than is required by most people working in social services. This is why they are more qualified for the work that is being offloaded onto police. I recognize there are officers genuinely concerned with community well-being, and to them, I suggest considering almost any other occupation, but specifically those in education, health, or housing that will see employment growth after the TPS budget is really reallocated. We must listen to what Toronto's Black, Indigenous, and people of color are telling us. No more consultation, defund and disarm the Toronto Police Service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions? Mr. Morgan?
All right, I just wanted to, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to again, acknowledge the caller, and I appreciate the points made. I think there's a recurring theme from yesterday and today's calls around how we approach mental health and policing, and I think we're actively listening to those pieces and want to come up with those solutions that are many, and we want to be able to do so in a way that allows for a road forward. So I appreciate that. But I also wanted to, just the caller prior, obviously she was quite passionate about what she was speaking of, and some obviously some personal accounts of her interaction and her experience. So I want to acknowledge that. It is a challenge in this format to fully engage. However, we're doing the best we can given the circumstances we're under. So I don't want it to seem somehow certain things are being discounted, but we are doing our best to sort of accommodate given the format. So I wanted to acknowledge those pieces and to all our callers before and those to come. So thank you for your deputation.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any other questions? Thank you very much for taking the time to call in today. Your comments are very helpful to the board. And have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Elena Anderson. Will be followed by Colette Curin. Elena, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. I don't want to take up a boatload of time because I understand there are a lot of people who have a lot that they would like to say. I certainly echo the concerns about funding and making sure that our taxpayers' money are all going into services that can help alleviate some of the challenges we're seeing today. Certainly, there are a lot of things that the police are not trained to respond to in terms of the mental health crises and things like that. My main concern around all of this and this whole process is I'm curious to know what the follow-up to all of this information is going to be. There are a lot of people having, there are a lot of conversations going on, but the thing that people from the public need in order to trust and rebuild the trust in the police service is really action. We need to see something happen, not just continued conversation. And there seems to be a lot of politics going on and people shifting things around and saying, well, we're not in control of that, we're not in control of that. I see this as the Toronto Police Services Board has a great deal of control over the training that they are able to mandate for their officers, or ways that they can shift focus from some of the challenges. So I guess really I have more questions than things to reinforce, because there are so many people who are already very vocal about and the issues that are at hand today. So what is the follow-up? What will the Police Services Board do following these 4 days of hearing out the public with all the different issues? How will they be transparent about that follow-up moving forward so that we can start to rebuild that really important trust and relationship with the organization?
Thank you very much. I'll take that question before any board members might want to ask questions of you. The follow-up, these 4 days of meetings are all being recorded on YouTube, so we're going to be watching them all and gleaning all of the comments that are made. We also have staff in the background that you can't see taking notes. So all of the themes and all of the comments we're going to capture as best as we can and report them out to the Police Services Board on August the 18th. We also have 2 advisory groups led by citizens that will be reporting out as well, one on anti-racism and one on mental health. Those reports will also be going August the 18th. And the companion report will be from me trying to capture all of that advice and moving forward with an implementation plan. And that implementation plan, as of right now, we believe we will bring to the September board meeting. That's where we're at this point, but I can assure you on August the 18th, the comments that have been made over the 4 days will be captured as best we can in a summary and be publicly available at our board meeting. Members of the board, do you have any questions of the deputy? Hearing none, I want to thank you very much for taking the Mr. Morgan, did you have a question? No? Okay. I want to thank you for taking the time to call in and have yourself a great day.
Thank you.
Please put on the next deputy.
Our next speaker will be Colette Curin, and we'll go back to Dan Zeto afterwards. Colette, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you. With regard to what I wanted to bring to the conversation, I guess, is recognizing that the police funding clearly is something that the public have a demand to have reevaluated and potentially redeployed in better ways. But working in the field of mental health and addiction and trauma treatment, I really wanted to put out there that I think funds need to be made available for police officers themselves. I think that you do heroic work and you put yourself out there on the front line, and the things that you have to encounter and deal with every day are very difficult. And it has, of course, an impact on police officers, and it does take its toll. And I think that really providing funding that can help to destigmatize, police putting their hands up and asking for help, and also then receiving the help that they need would be something I'd love to see more money being put toward. I heard a little beep, so I'm wondering if I'm out of time.
You still have time if you want to continue speaking.
Oh, okay, great. So, I think that I probably don't need to sort of belabor or repeat it, but just again, recognizing that having access to treatment when people need it, and I think so much so for this population who I also want to, take the time to thank for their service, is something that could stand to have more money put toward.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions? I just want to make a comment on your suggestion that we invest more in our own officers in terms of their mental health and wellness, and I can assure you that that we are doing that. We do see that as a need and a focus, and I thank you for that comment.
My pleasure. Thank you for your service.
Have a good day.
All right.
Please put on the next speaker.
And our next and last speaker is Dan Sartzer. Dan, can you hear us? Dan, can you hear us? All right, can't reach out to Dan. So that completes the list of participants for today, for this session.
Perhaps you could reach out to him since I see his name on there and try to get him on the afternoon session.
We'll do that.
Okay, I just want to let board members know that we had a number of individuals write in to us this morning indicating they couldn't make it this morning and decided to pull it all together. So that's why we're coming up short on speakers this morning. And we have followed up in writing with everyone who was registered to remind them to call in this morning. So we've done that. And we did the same thing yesterday in the morning session, and in the afternoon session I've reached out, and a number of people have either declined to participate or had other commitments. No one so far has indicated that they had any technical difficulties getting in. That has not been an issue. Okay, board members, that's everybody for this morning. So we will see everyone back at 1:30 unless anybody has any comments or questions before we close this.
Chair Hart, it's Vice Chair Mulliner. I have one suggestion which may be relevant to anyone who is still listening and may help set the stage for this afternoon's meeting. There have been a number of deputants who have clearly taken the time to record their deputations to us and then have read them in part. I'm not sure because I don't know whether we asked, whether the board staff asked people to ensure that if they, as would be the case during a regular board meeting, if they took the time to write down what they were going to share with us, it would be helpful for us to also have that if they're comfortable sending it in to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's very good to repeat that. I believe the deputants are aware, but and I'm saying that in my opening remarks to send videos, send anything you want to send to the board by the end of the week. We're accepting video links, written material, anything that you want to submit up to the end of this week. We would appreciate it from anybody, including those that have registered to speak and anyone else that's hearing this right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you all this afternoon.
Bye-bye.
And we're live.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Hart. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. Welcome to the board's town hall meeting, the second in a series of 4. I'd like to begin with the land acknowledgement. Although this meeting is taking place virtually, we acknowledge that the land we're on as we meet is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Shinnecock, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed by multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Today's meeting marks the second of 4 town halls that the board will be holding. We've arrived here after months of a pandemic that has seen the complete upending of what we knew to be normal. COVID-19 was causing and continues to cause many people to feel stress and anxiety amidst considerable uncertainty. These feelings create a foundation that were overlaid by the tragic deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and others, leading to a global conversation on police reform, officer accountability, and the importance of applying new lenses on the issues of community safety. Toronto's not any different, and even here we've seen thousands join in demonstrations, which have become commonplace in the last few weeks. We've watched these protests, rallies, and artful expressions and want to provide an avenue for members of the public to speak directly to us, your Toronto Police Services Board. When we opened the opportunity to engage community members in an informal setting, hundreds of people registered, prompting us to extend town halls to 4 days to allow us to hear from as many of you as possible. For those who are unable to register, we're still accepting written, audio, and video submissions on our website for another week. All submissions will be compiled and shared publicly in the coming weeks. Our staff is also working diligently to ensure that we're capturing all the advice, recommendations, and sentiments from this town hall meeting and the others. And they will be exploring a variety of ways to share the final summary of these meetings, including digital, graphic, and online platforms. All of the feedback that we receive will be part of a consideration of the referred report from the June 19th meeting and will be captured in our meeting going to the August 18th meeting of the Police Services Board. Before we get started, I'd like to go through some housekeeping items. All of these meetings will be chaired by me alongside other board members. Over the course of the 4 days, you'll see different members joining us. Today's meeting includes myself, Councillor Ford, Vice Chair Molinar, Councillor Nunziata, and Mr. Ainsworth Morgan. All speakers, you will have 3 minutes to speak. When your name is called, please be ready to begin. We recognize that this is an unprecedented and unconventional way to host a town hall meeting, but it's necessitated given the context we are in. Should we have any technical difficulties or glitches, we ask you to be patient with us. And with that, Doobie, please put on our first speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Our first speaker will be Dan Zeto, followed by Tiana Maharaj. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. I'm Dan Zeto. I'm a Toronto resident, an educator, and a volunteer tutor who was teaching literacy at Toronto South Detention Centre prior to the pandemic. I live in Parkdale, a community where daily police sightings is the norm. And I urge the Toronto Police Services and the City of Toronto to listen to the voices not only in their city, but across Canada, North America, and the world, pushing for a move to fully defund and abolish the police system as we know it. Out of the nearly 1 million phone calls that Toronto Police receive every year, about 30,000 are mental health related, according to your own statistics. Across Canada, from 2000 to 2017, a CBC News investigation found 70% of the people who died in police encounters struggled with mental health issues, substance abuse, or both. So how can you still think that police are qualified to support people with mental health issues if they make up 70% of who police kill in this country? Canada's largest mental health hospital, CAMH, is calling for the defunding of the police, and they have stated, mental health is health. This means that people experiencing a mental health crisis need health care, and that police should not be first responders. They are not trained in crisis care and should not be expected to lead this important work. So let's think about how investing funds into community supports and programs can actually reduce crime and ultimately the need for police, because that's the ultimate goal, right? To stop crime. And it won't take a massive restructuring either. Organizations already exist, supports already exist, they're just massively underfunded. If we look at Street Health Overdose Prevention Site, which supports drug users, according to their annual report, they reversed 50 overdoses in 1 year. That's 50 deaths avoided. And this is possible because the people working at the OPS are trained professionals with the tools to work with that specific population. They have those specific skills and know how to not only support drug users, but also provide them with a safe space in which their behavior is not criminalized. And the outcome? People aren't dying. Imagine how much crime related to drug use could be reduced if this OPS and others were properly funded. So we must fund mental health services, shelters, child care centers, after-school programming, support services for gender-based violence, civilian-run conflict resolution. We need to stop sending militarized police to deal with small issues like traffic issues, bylaw issues, and offenses that aren't even violent crimes. I echo BLMTO's demand in a 50% decrease to the TPS budget, and for the funds to be reallocated to community organizations and services to support the communities that are being harassed and brutalized by the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, do you have any questions? I can't see all of you, so if you have any questions, please speak up. Just one comment from me. I want to thank you for coming today and giving us your comments, and you're very much in concert with the theme we heard this morning and yesterday. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tiana Maharaj. Will be followed by Melsheen Boardman. Tiana, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I want to start by saying that I'm speaking to you as a resident of Spadina, Fort York, and a young racialized woman with a mental illness, as someone who is scared for my life every time a police officer is even standing behind me in line at a coffee shop. And I do want to acknowledge that yet I still benefit from privilege because I'm not Black or Indigenous. I watched yesterday's deputations, and I don't agree with everyone saying that the police are simply inefficient and a slew of reforms can fix it, because they aren't inefficient. They're working exactly the way they were meant to. The police were created to violently oppress and control Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. So no, they're not just doing their jobs wrong. They are protecting and serving. They're protecting and serving whiteness. No amount of body cameras or anti-bias training can fix this. We need to completely reimagine policing and what that can look like in the city of Toronto. The 2020 Toronto police budget is over $1 billion. 89% of this budget is salary related. So let's say roughly $890 million are spent on salaries for the year. And let's divide that number by 365 days. That is roughly $2.5 million. The city of Toronto spends over $2 million a day to simply pay the salary of police. And 86% of cops make over $110,000. Chief Saunders' salary was $415,000. As a social work student, I'm pretty sure I'll never see a job that pays $110,000. And while the city of Toronto spends roughly $890 million on police salaries, we spend roughly $16 million on poverty reduction strategies and $9.5 million in transit towards things such as anti-racism initiatives and fair policy reviews. We spend exponentially more money policing our communities than services that would actually reduce crime rates. Toronto City Council had the opportunity to defund a measly 10% and couldn't even do that. I do want to take a second to thank my own city councilor, Councillor Christie, for doing what was right. What this proves is that you lack the political will, despite the fact that our communities are literally yelling in your faces. We know reforms don't work. We know where the money needs to go. It's been well studied. And just because you're finally showing up to the table doesn't mean that these conversations haven't been happening. So while you sit there in your board meetings and council sittings and pretend you actually care about the safety of our communities, we see through it, because all you're doing is wasting time and protecting the violent systems that have allowed white people to oppress Black and Indigenous people for hundreds of years. All the TPS has done is perpetuate a cycle of poverty and violence. They have no purpose in Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. In fact, not only are they useless, they pose an active threat. The TPS needs to be funded by at least 25%. The body cameras need to be put to an end. Fund mental health mobile crisis teams, fund housing and community services, and military tactics, and these are just simple first steps. By not defending the police, by not funding our communities, you're simply making a conscious decision to risk Black, Indigenous, and racialized lives.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Hearing none, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. We've taken notes and we really appreciate doing that. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Melchine Boardman, to be followed by Scotia Vineski. Melchine, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Melchine Boardman, and I'm a deeply concerned resident of Ward 4. I'm also an elementary school teacher. Regis Korchinski Paquette was my neighbor, living just a few streets over from me at 100 High Park Avenue. Regis should be alive today, and the fact that Toronto police are responsible for her death is a dark stain on your institution. Because of her death during a wellness check, I now believe police forces should be defunded and prisons should be abolished. This town hall is supposed to be focused on community safety priorities, police accountability, and reforms. Well, my community isn't safe because racist police are killing my Black and Indigenous neighbors when they are at their most vulnerable. I know that Black Torontonians are 20 times more likely than white people to be killed by a cop, and that 70% of all people murdered by police had mental health needs. I see my neighbor, Regis Korchinski Paquette, in these statistics, and it makes me sick. I have no trust in police accountability because I know that the SIU is staffed largely by former cops and judges. I know that the SIU rarely presses charges when police have assaulted and murdered Torontonians, and that police who are investigated or who have been charged are protected by police unions. As a teacher, it's absolutely appalling to see the lack of consequences for police who assault and murder citizens. If a child died in my care, I would be sued, charged, and I would absolutely lose my teaching license and my career, and rightly so. Yet we're still fighting to have basic police accountability demands met. Have a look at Black Lives Matter Toronto's demands. Release the names of the officers who murdered Jermaine Kirby, Mark Akamba, Alex Wetlaufer, and Sumaya Delmar. Look at how you protect cops who kill Torontonians. The time to discuss accountability is over because in the 30 years since instituting the SIU, nothing has changed. Police continue to kill Black and Indigenous Torontonians, and you won't even tell us the names of who did it. Can you see why the police why the public doesn't trust the police to be accountable for the racist violence and murder they commit, let alone reform themselves? Francis Nunziati and Michael Ford, I'm talking to you now. I hope that your hearing is loud and clear today. Your remarks at City Council meeting last week indicated that you dismiss public concerns about community safety at the hands of police, our lack of trust in the possibility of police accountability, and our demands that police be defunded. We're asking to reinvest funds in community services that John Tory and Rob Ford have slashed due to austerity budget cuts. And we're demanding that you stop sending police to wellness checks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions?
Hi, Chair Hart. It's Marie Molliner speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you for your work as an elementary school teacher. I have great respect for that particular profession, and I'm interested in knowing whether you have any views on a subject you did not touch on, which is the presence of police officers in schools. We have had a few references over the past day, so I'd be interested in hearing what you might want to share with us in that context. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you for asking me that question. I believe that cops have absolutely no right to be in schools. As teachers, we're supposed to be creating environments that are safe for all students. And as we know, the Toronto police are not safe for children or adults who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. And there's many studies that document the role of police in the school to prison pipeline. So I have deep concerns about the presence of police in schools, and they should not be present in TDSB schools or any schools in the GTA.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Any further questions, board members? Seeing none, I want to thank you for taking the time to be with us today and for your comments.
All right. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Scotia Vineski, to be followed by Katrina. Scotia, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Scotia Vaneski, and I'm a very concerned resident of the University Rosedale ward. I have lived, studied, and worked in Toronto for 9 years now. I would like to speak on the allocation of the police funding budget and the disproportionately high rates of police brutality in Black, Indigenous communities. Between 2013 to 2017, a Black person in Toronto was nearly 20 times more likely than a white person to be involved in a fatal shooting by the Toronto police. There were 461 fatal police encounters from 2000 to 2017. During that 17-year window, Black people in Toronto made up on average 8.3% of that population and represented nearly 37% of those victims. The police make up the single largest line item in Toronto's operating budget at a whopping $1.1 billion, and still crime rates have not decreased. The funding should at the very least be cut 10%. And I also would like to thank my councilman, Mike Layton, for voting in favor of that. The city should prioritize working with Black, Indigenous, and POC community-led organizations for restorative justice and legal experts to identify alternative 911 and emergency responses to replace armed police officers with mobile, community-based crisis programs as first responders to de-escalate non-criminal incidents involving mental health, addiction, homeless, school discipline, neighbor disputes, just to name a few. So to summarize, I'm asking that the Toronto Police budget, and as a reminder, that is $1.1 billion, which is still more public funding allocated to libraries, housing, and shelters combined, be allocated to these other community services who can better help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, questions? Hearing none, thank you very much for taking the time to call in today. We really appreciate it. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Katrina, to be followed by Michelle Joseph. Katrina, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Katrina. I live in Ward 4, Parkdale High Park, where Regis Korchinski Paquette lived. I think it's important to mention her and others today, like Andrew Loku, DeAndre Campbell, and Ajaz Ahmed Chowdhury, because of the way that they ended up dying at the hands of police in moments where they needed to be helped the most. Toronto must develop a non-emergency response team that is police-free, community-led, and trauma-informed in order to help people in distress instead of killing them. I also wanted Mayor Tory to answer why he supports reforming police, pumping more money into a militarized force when there is empirical evidence that shows how reform doesn't work, and that we should instead be investing into social services that support our at-risk communities instead. It's also important to note that the people who will still be affected by police, even after they are reformed, are Black, Indigenous, and people of color in already over-policed neighborhoods. And yet, they're the ones not being listened to at all, even by their own city councilors. I grew up in West Hill, where police presence was very prominent, including in both my elementary and high school. Please tell us why schools need to be policed, because if you say safety, that is a lie. We have never felt safe around police. I want Mayor Tory and the TPS board to answer for why they're not working towards fixing our city's racist system when 38% of Toronto's homeless population is Indigenous, while they only represent 1% of our city's population. 30% of Toronto's homeless population is Black, but they represent 9% of our city's population. Why is this not a crisis to you? I urge Mayor Tory and the TPS board to read the demands set up by BLMTO, and instead of showing performative actions like taking a knee with protesters or joining this call and just checking your phone while citizens are talking to you, make some real change for once. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Hearing none, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Michelle Joseph, to be followed by Melanie Wilson. Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Michelle Joseph. I am the CEO of Unison Health and Community Services. And today I am making a deputation in my role as co-chair of the GTA Community Health Centers Executive Director Network, which represents 17 GTA community health centers. As healthcare leaders working with some of the most marginalized communities in Toronto, we see firsthand the negative impacts from using police as mental health care professionals. The Toronto Police Services receives over 30,000 calls a year from families, loved ones, and individuals themselves experiencing mental health distress. People experiencing mental health distress require mental health care, not policing and confrontation. These policing interventions at best provide a check-in to see if the person is a danger to themselves or others, and at worst, the tragic deaths of those suffering. The evidence also shows that racialized minorities, especially Black males, are dramatically overrepresented in incidents of police use of deadly force when confronted with a person in mental distress. Cities all over the world are creating 24/7 civilian, culturally appropriate, trauma-informed professional mental health services, including Stockholm's mental health ambulance and North Yorkshire's mental health triage nurses. Early data from these programs demonstrates that they provide effective mental health care and are more cost-effective than using the police. The disproportionate use of deadly force by police towards racialized community members further contributes to the negative health impacts of trauma and anxiety. The 2017 Ontario Human Rights Commission report found that despite making up only 8.8% of Toronto's population, Black people make up 70% of the shooting victims. Given that the Special Investigation Unit is an arm of the Toronto Police Services and in 2018 laid criminal charges in only 3.6% of cases, further exacerbates racialized communities' anxiety, trauma, and mistrust when dealing with police officers. The recent decision to invest $50 million into the Toronto Police Services wearing body cameras will most likely not decrease the use of deadly force or increase the number of criminal charges. This has been proven in multiple studies across both the United States and the United Kingdom. However, a civilian oversight body of the Toronto Police Services that allows for transparency and accountability across all areas of policing, including SIU investigations and budgeting allocations, would increase trust and decrease anxiety. The GTA Community Health Center's Executive Director Network calls on the Toronto Police Services Board to work with community and mental health experts to develop and fund a 24/7 anti-oppression, trauma-informed mental health care response for over the 30,000 calls that they receive annually, and to develop a civilian oversight body that allows for a level of transparency and accountability for both cases of deadly force and appropriate community intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions? Thank you very much. Your comments were very helpful to us.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Melanie Wilson, to be followed by Ardian Lagman. Melanie, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
So my name is Melanie Wilson. I'm a resident of Ward 9, and I was deeply disappointed to see that my representative, Councillor Anna voted against the motion to cut the police budget by a mere 10%. I'm also a high school teacher in Toronto, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Ontario Education Workers United, an organization composed of frontline education workers. Today, we join the chorus of voices calling for the Toronto Police Service to be defunded, disarmed, and demilitarized. As education workers, we spent the past year fighting yet another round of cuts to public education as the same government which said it simply couldn't fund Ontario's autism plan or support paid sick leave or an increase to minimum wage offered a generous multi-year funding increase to Ontario's police services. Education workers and parents now look to September with apprehension, knowing that the Ford government has refused to commit adequate funding to support safe and equitable school reopenings. For the last 30 years, we've watched the logic of austerity. There just isn't enough money used by governments of all stripes and levels to slowly defund the public services that keep our schools and communities healthy and safe. Public health and education, affordable housing, employment programs, youth and newcomer support services. Those same governments, however, have always found more money for police. In schools across the province, we struggle every day to shield our students from the daily violence of policing. The police don't help with this, the systems of poverty, patriarchy, and racism. The police don't help with this, they make it worse. For far too many students and families, police officers represent a threat to their safety rather than protection and security. We have seen Black students fall silent when the topic of police brutality comes up in class, but in private tell us stories about police questioning them on their way home, raiding their neighborhoods at 4 a.m., beating up or murdering friends or family members. There are students who will not enter the school if there's a police cruiser out front when they arrive. When a police officer, sometimes the same officer from the previous encounters, is wandering their hallways, it presents a profound barrier to learning for too many. Given the unique barriers undocumented students and their families face in accessing their fundamental human right to an education, many school boards, including Toronto's, declared themselves sanctuary schools. However, we know police frequently violate these board policies by calling the Canadian Border Services Agency when they have a suspicion and need to do a status check. We know that police work with CBSA to deport students and their families precisely when they know they will be in school. Police are unsafe and inaccessible for undocumented students and their families. For every penny of provincial funding putting a cop on the streets or in our schools, we could have double the number of child and youth workers or guidance counselors, more course offerings and extracurricular activities, and a return to smaller class sizes. If cities across Ontario had the courage to defund the police and reinvest in our communities, we could have more of the social housing, after school and free lunch programs, public libraries, and rec centers that our students need to stay safe, healthy, and engaged in their learning. There's no need for any more studies or reports or investigations. The research is in and it's conclusive. We know what makes schools and communities safe, and they're the same things that make schools and communities healthy. For all these reasons, Ontario Education Workers United supports the calls to remove police from all schools in Ontario and to defund, demilitarize, and disarm the police so that we can finally invest in the public services and infrastructure that will allow our students and communities to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're at 3.5, so I have to wrap you up. Board members, any questions? The speaker?
It's Marie Moliner, Vice Chair Moliner. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you again very much for your presentation, Ms. Wilson. And I asked the same question of a prior deputant who is an elementary school teacher, which is about the presence of police in schools. As a high school teacher, and perhaps if you're able to speak to a position that the United Education Workers of Ontario may have on this subject, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, many of us were involved in the movement that was successful in removing the SRO program from Toronto high schools, but we know that police still run various programs in schools, come in when they're called into the schools, and we see that that is simply not the response that we need. We saw in Peel where a 6-year-old girl was handcuffed by police. That's another school board, but the same issue where, just as we're hearing so many speakers address police not being appropriate for mental health calls, they're not appropriate response to deal with children with behavior issues, with the various responses that come up in schools. So we need to keep police out of schools, and at the same time, what was a failure of that last movement really was that we didn't call for that money that was funding the SRO program to then go in and fund some of the responses that will actually make our schools safer. We know that we need, the Faulkner report made very clear after the shooting of Jordan Manners in a high school, what we needed is more caring adults in schools, and those caring adults cannot be police officers because for Black, Indigenous, racialized, low-income students, many students, police are simply do not represent safety. They're not accessible, and in fact make the school building inaccessible for those same students.
Thank you very much for those comments. Thank you very much.
Any further questions, members? Hearing none, thank you very much for your comments, especially as an educator. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ardian Lagman.
Hello, my name is Ardian Lagman. I live in downtown. I live in Toronto. I am a student. I am an immigrant and also a Canadian citizen. And also, as someone who struggles with mental health, the recent events do worry me in the sense that if, say, for example, I will have a very dark day in my life, it does worry me that my life will be in danger. And I just want to say that, for me personally, I don't want to die. I just would like to have help from the right people. And it's already been stated repeatedly all about reinvesting in the community, having mental health professionals and everything like that. And I just want to say I'm all in support for reinvesting in the community. But I would also like to say that I would like to see changes to the Toronto police in the sense of what their training program would look. For example, in Norway and Finland, training for to become an officer will take 3 years, with a huge emphasis on the role of police in society and ethics. It would be nice to see that the Toronto police training would also be longer, perhaps even years if needed, and be held to the same high standard as we do for pilots, nurses, teachers, among others. It would be nice to see that, and yes, I am in support of mental health resources and resources to help drug addiction, but it would also be nice to see that the Toronto police training would focus on de-escalation, ethics, history in terms of racism, and the role of police in society. Whether or not the result of this will be completely abolishing the police or defunding the police, I would like to put a further emphasis on the education of police on nonviolent matters. That is all.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions? Thanks very much for calling in. I found your comments very helpful and insightful. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Kim, to be followed by Vera Santiana. Kim, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and I'm wondering if I could request to speak at another time. I've had a family emergency. I've sent an email, but I didn't hear back.
We'll reach out to you soon and fix that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vera Santiana, followed by Alexandra Snellgrove. Vera, can you hear us? Vera? All right, we'll get back to her soon. Alexandra Snellgrove, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, and you'll be followed by David Morris. Alexandra, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, and thank you for listening to me today. I'm not used to speaking about these kinds of things, so I will be reading a little bit from the Black Lives Matter Toronto website, and I do agree with everything being said here. So a concise list of the demands, calling for a defunding of the police, immediately redirecting a minimum of 50% of the $1.1 billion TPS budget towards the communities they have devastated by investing in secure long-term housing for street-involved and unhoused communities, food security programs, public transit, public health, public libraries, and community-led anti-violence programs. Another call of action is for the demilitarization of the police, to end emergency task force and emergency response teams similar to the U.S. SWAT teams, tactical squads, military-grade weapons and surveillance equipment, removal of weaponry from police and other law enforcement, including tasers, batons, firearms, rubber bullets, tear gas, pepper spray, and sound cannons, and the mass surveillance of our communities through the use of technologies such as Stingray, facial recognition, and predictive policing technologies, drones, robots, and G20 surveillance technology that remained in Toronto. And another item on the list is who the previous speaker, who spoke very eloquently about removing the cops in schools. So I think what she said was perfect. I'm going to move on. To reduce the scope of police. So end all special constable programs on all policing on campuses, and the policing of public transportation, and the policing of minor bylaw infractions and noise complaints, and the paid duty policing programs, officers for hire by developers, street festivals, etc., and police collaboration with the CDSA, eliminate all stealth police cars and plainclothes operations, eliminate community policing patrols in highly racialized communities, and carding. Also, document police violence, mandate the public collection of data regarding police killing, the incidents of police brutality for all local, regional, provincial, and federal police or law enforcement agency disaggregated by, I think I read that right, by race, gender, age, and citizenship. Decriminalize poverty, drugs, HIV, and sex work. I think this one's very, very important. Release and expunge record for all poverty-related charges, including bylaw infractions, solicitation, sleeping outside, public urination, loitering, solicitation. Decriminalize drugs, sex work, and HIV status. Release and expunge records of all drug-related and sex work charges. And create alternatives. Create crisis intervention and co-led support teams. Work with communities to develop models that work for them.
Thank you. You're at 3.5 minutes. I have to wrap you up there at 3.5 minutes.
That's all right.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, questions? The speaker? Oh, seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time today. We all appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too as well.
Bye.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Morris, and after David, we'll try again with Vera. David, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. My name is David Morris, and I am the chair of the Board of Management at the 519. The 519 is an LGBTQ2S community center and a City of Toronto agency, so it is my pleasure to address my colleagues on the board of the Toronto Police Service. We are an agency that has been involved in the organizing and advocating for the rights of LGBTQ2S communities for more than 4 decades. And you have heard from many people over the past weeks, months, and quite frankly, decades. You've heard the terror in which Black, Indigenous, people of color live in relation to how they are policed. And you've heard the deep pain and suffering from family members and communities who continue to lose their loved ones to senseless police violence. You've heard countless recommendations from inquest after inquest after inquest. And today, I implore you to move from hearing to actually listening and taking action to meet your mandate to protect and serve Toronto's diverse communities. What you have heard is no different from what many LGBTQ2S members, particularly BIPOC, trans, non-binary communities, as well as those living with HIV/AIDS, have said. We as a community know the insufferable trauma of enduring decades of abuse and indifference at the hands of the TPS, the raids on queer and trans establishments, the continued targeting of individuals who engage in sex work, the lack of response when our Indigenous, Black, and Brown community members go missing. This is our lives, both the painful history and our everyday realities. And as an organization, we have done a lot of work over the past few years to build trust between our communities and the police. We sit on the LGBTQS community consultative committee, the 51 Division CPLC, and have worked closely with the TPS Gender Diversity and Trans Inclusion Project. At these tables, we hear your officers, your sergeants, and even your superintendents. We hear them say that they are not trained as mental health professionals, that they are not social workers of last resort, ill-equipped to deal with the complex structural and mental health issues, a significant portion of calls you are requested to attend to. I beg of you to listen to your officers, to understand when residents call 911 that they are not looking for a gun or for a badge. They're looking for support. And I hope you listen to the many voices today who have made it clear that you are incapable right now of providing the support and help that Torontonians need. There are many organizations who are experts in providing this support: crisis de-escalators, harm reduction workers, street nurses, community elders, and more. Oftentimes BIPOC, queer and trans people, and women are out there walking with this expertise. You could squander this moment in history with defending each line in your distended budget, or you can choose to join the communities you serve in the not-so-radical act of reimagining how we as Torontonians can work together and take better care of each other. And how can we keep each other safe? For too long, we have been undervalued and left powerless by this institution designed to serve and protect us. Coming together, we will all learn. Coming together, we will dismantle and rebuild this system, and the time is now to realign resources that will better serve all Torontonians. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your work at the 519. It's a great place. Board members, questions?
Vice Chair Mulliner here. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today, and I very much appreciate the work that you and the 519 have done over the decades. Because you have mentioned very specifically that you sit at many tables that are convened by the police board, and that you have heard officers speaking to their lack of training in those areas that we've been discussing, including their training as social workers. Is there anything in particular that has come back as a primary theme? What do those officers think is the best response, given that thus far they have been given responsibility in those areas? Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that, it speaks to the training received. We've heard comments from folks about other systems, police systems in the world that focus around moral ethics and community engagement, and what the role of police is in interacting, especially with vulnerable communities. I think that is a pivotal part. I think it is about engaging in meaningful partnership with the organizations like the 519 and others that sit at those tables in discussing how to make those further improvements. So those would be two immediate steps that I think the police should serve and consider, as well as ongoing engagement and dialogue with BIPOC, Indigenous, trans, and non-binary communities in particular, who experience the most violence at the hands of the TPS.
Thank you very much.
Board members, any other questions? I have a question for you. Can you give us some advice how we can do community engagement better?
Yes, I would say that you are starting a process here today with listening to these deputations, and that it just continues through ongoing engagement at all levels of the organization, including from this board, from superintendents and the new chief of police, as well as through the ranks and file of the bureaucracy of the police force, that you're considering opportunities to affect real systemic change across your organization more broadly.
Thank you very much. Your comments are very helpful. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
We're going to try it again with Vera. Vera, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
That's great, thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
So hi there, my name is Vera Santiana. I'm speaking to you on behalf of myself and my husband, Paul Davis. We are homeowners in the square between Davenport, DuPont, Christie, and Ossington, a very diverse pocket of Toronto in Ward 12. We are reaching out to you as active allies to minority communities, as immigrants, and as proud Torontonians. We're also reaching out from a relative position of privilege, which we hope to put to good use. We also come as friends and family of police. My husband's father recently retired from the Scottish Police, and we have police officer friends in Ontario. I want to say that I agree with the sentiment of the comments submitted before me. Black lives matter, LGBT lives matter, Indigenous lives matter. We support defunding the police and restructuring funding for public safety from the bottom up. That includes using other community groups as well as the police service. We believe and trust in the thoughts, research, work, and planning of BIPOC-led organizations, scholars, journalists, and activists who focus in this area and on these issues. We ask that the TPS board work with these groups to determine what defunding can look like. We also want to thank these educators, specifically Robin Maynard, who wrote a book that I consider mandatory reading for all Canadians, Policing Black Lives. Also Desmond Cole, Black Lives Matter Toronto and Not Another Black Life in Canada, as well as Rachel Cargyle and Brian Stevenson in the US, and many, many others who have put the work in to educate all of us. It is now time for all of us to listen and learn. We've done a lot of work in the last few months to learn about the issues facing BIPOC communities in Canada and Toronto. We've also taken the time to learn about the TPS board, the police services act, and more. We're ashamed to say this is our first time reaching out to you, and we apologize to BIPOC people for not doing this sooner. We all know by now that systemic racism exists in society. Therefore, everyone in society is unfortunately laden with unconscious bias and prejudice. You, me, everyone, including everyone in the TPS. We are all responsible for changing this within ourselves. It is hard and uncomfortable work, of which this town hall is a part, so thank you for listening. At the same time, we cannot assume everyone is making this work a priority. We also cannot assume that people are self-aware enough to know the unconscious bias they carry. Many have seen themselves as not racist, only to learn that they might be, or that not being racist is not enough. We all must become anti-racist. This is why we are asking you to make these changes. Unfortunately, we have seen systemic racism play out in the actions of the TPS. Even if the individuals making up the TPS would not see the bias within themselves, we know that it's there. Stats and unnecessary deaths, violence, and discrimination bear this out. Our current system does not do enough to protect against this. This is why it is important to develop a system from the ground up that mobilizes the appropriate people and staff against the right public safety initiatives. A system that is built right with fail-safes built in to prevent unnecessary violence against minority communities, that protects us from the hidden biases within ourselves. We cannot continue as is, hoping that police officers won't show bias in their actions. Let's instead build a system that accounts for bias, has concrete accountability for wrongdoing, and works towards dismantling racism in public safety. Again, I want the TPS and TPS board to become actively anti-racist. I want you to work with community groups to help you do this and let them lead the way. I ask that in the process, you choose optimism and openness. Choose the future. Choose to be vulnerable and open to what the community is asking of you. Resist falling prey to divisiveness. We can't afford feeling that it is us versus them. We are all in this together, and we are trying to come together to solve these issues. Remember that many people who are reaching out to you have not been activists before, and they are not necessarily anti-police. They just want to see their communities become better for everyone. When and if you are faced with anger, remember it is valid and focus on the ability you have to make a difference in that person's life and prevent future generations of Torontonians from feeling that kind of strife. You are in a place to make incredible progress, change, and improvements that affect the lives of many. We all are. Please make the right choice and seize the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll let you go 3.5. Thank you. Any questions from board members? I want to thank you for your comments. They were very powerful and well thought out. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Megan McAteer, to be followed by Peggy McAteer. Megan, can you hear us?
Yes, just a second, sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Megan McAteer, and I live in downtown Toronto, Spadina, Fort York. I'm asking for the Toronto Police Services and this board to hear the community that they serve and truly act in the interest of public safety and freedom for all equally. I'm calling for you to defund the police by a minimum of 10% as well laid out by Councillors Matlow and Wongtam and relocate portions of the Toronto Police Services budget to much needed community and public health programs, including 24-hour mobile crisis intervention unit. For me, this issue is twofold, addressing the systemic racism of the Toronto Police Services, as well as addressing the lack of necessary skills and training for the officers entrusted to serve and protect our public. Firstly, Chief Saunders himself acknowledged on June 29th at the Toronto City Council meeting, much to the chagrin of a few councillors, that the Toronto Police Services is a racist system, and to deny that would be ignorant. And I agree. We cannot continue to reward such a system with greater budgets, tools, and meager on-the-job training and do nothing to address its systemic failures. The Toronto Police Services has a long documented history of targeting Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQ2 people disproportionately with violence, harassment, and increased criminal charges. Sadly, there are too many names for me to mention who have wrongfully died at the hands of police over the last 35 years to call out in my time. The fact is that the current police structure overvalues the use of violent tactics and non-negotiable force over compromise, mediation, and peaceful resolution. When we reward this behavior with more and more tools, weapons, militarization, and systemic protection through the union and the SIU, we reinforce an acceptance among officers that the use of any and all means necessary of force is available when confronted with real or perceived threats is acceptable, and it's not. That is what your inaction and your funding supports. Body cameras to the tune of $50 million over 10 years do not stop the racism and violence already rampant within the system. Without legitimate consequences and accountability for police in the form of outside impartial investigations beyond SIU, charges leading to conviction, and the firing of officers who break and abuse the law in their positions changes nothing. What other industry maintains such negative outcomes, history of violence, complaint, and public outcry, only to receive more and more public funds indiscriminately? The trust has been broken. Continued acts of violence at the hands of police and continued protections and supports of bad actors and continued willful ignorance and silence on the part of our elected officials erodes the public trust and the public safety. Mayor Tory acknowledged yesterday in this very setting, with his reference to the current minimal training required to become a police officer, that officers are shockingly undertrained when compared to most other professions. Well-meaning, superficial mental health, de-escalation, diversity, and sexual harassment training are band-aids and quite frankly come too late in the careers of most officers. These supplemental programs are no match for the years of education and experience held by our mental health experts, public health experts, and community leaders who are better equipped to provide aid and could be employed to lessen the burden of large percentage of community issues and the emergency response calls currently under the too wide umbrella of the police responsibility. As such, Toronto must shift away from forceful crisis intervention towards a community-based trauma-informed response that promotes and maintains individual dignity and recovery over criminalization.
This type of shift in crisis.
You're at 3.5. I have to wrap you up. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions for board members? And certainly, like anyone else, if you have comments that you want to write into us, we'd be more than willing to accept them. It would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Peggy M, to be followed by Paul Terefenko. Peggy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead when you're ready. Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Peggy. I'm 70 years old and have been doing what I believe to be my civic duty for 50 plus years now, voting, paying my taxes, and being a law-abiding citizen. It has taken me 50 years to wake up, and I'm embarrassed to realize just how naive and complacent I have been. I have had a lot of time. I have a lot of time to make up for, and I'm beginning to make changes by educating myself, by listening, reading, talking, and attending rallies to open my mind and my heart to the injustices that have been going on for far too long in this city, province, and country. I apologize that I have taken this long to act. I'm speaking today to beseech the members of the Toronto Police Services Board, the members of the Toronto City Council, and our provincial members of Parliament to really listen and to hear what is being said by these eloquent and passionate people, and to act decisively now to make our city, our province, and our country a leader in equality, inclusivity, empathy, and compassion instead of brutality, racism, and marginalizing. It is long overdue. And trust me, it is never too late to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions? Thank you for your words. And you're absolutely right. It's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Paul Terefenko, to be followed by Quincy Ye. Paul, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. My name is Paul Terefenko. I'm speaking as a citizen of the city. I work as a marketer, although there's not a lot I can do for Toronto Police Services in terms of rebranding. I think they're well past that point. What I wanted to do was share a little bit of a learning arc I've had as a lifelong citizen, beginning with my first interaction with police, which was at the age of 3 when they swung by my daycare and let me ride the horse and took a photo as a photo op, and then swung by again a few years later in grade 2 to teach a little bit about safety and show that Blinky the car and Elmer the safety elephant really early on, showing the kind of level of getting into children's minds, especially in privileged communities, about what you would expect from the Toronto police growing up. You expected the safety and the community and all those sort of things. And throughout the years following, the experience has been to erode all of that systematically. And part of that is a difficult thing. Part of it is understanding that what I was experiencing, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like it cut out. Essentially, what I was saying was what I was experiencing wasn't the experience of the greater community of the city. It wasn't the experience of young people in further reaches of Etobicoke that weren't in those same positions, didn't have that ease of movement, didn't have all those things that I had in an affluent neighborhood. And part of what I'd like to see from TPS is a better acknowledgement of that systemic racism that they're founded on, that breathes life into the police service every day, because essentially the fear-mongering that goes into funding police is part of the problem that we see today. It's part of the thing that takes away from the mental health needs of the city. It's part of the thing that takes away from the housing needs of the city. And the problem is every time that seems to be something that people are willing to address, it's also used as a wedge politically to force us into continuing to feed this system of policing that is far outside the value of what we're paying into it. Simply put, the officers that we're putting out on the street aren't equipped to do what we need them to do, and that includes traffic safety. I know I'm almost out of time, but I mean, fundamentally, we're putting boxes out on the street to do the police officers' jobs, and I want to see them try to at least bring back some of that community that they were trying to at least convince me of when I was a kid, but clearly have given up on.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Board members, any questions? Hearing none. Again, thank you for taking the time to call in. We all appreciate it very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Quincy Ye, to be followed by Akwilla Noza. Quincy, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Quincy Ye. I am a 24-year-old early childhood educator from the West End of Toronto. I'm calling today to express my concern, outrage, and absolute disappointment in our city councilors, particularly our mayor, Mr. John Tory, regarding the lack of action being taken to defund the Toronto Police once and for all. The city council meeting that took place recently was frustrating. It was people making empty statements, talking into a void of nothingness, and dancing around the actual issues at hand. I feel as though Mayor Tory does hear what the people are asking for loud and clear. He is simply choosing to take the route that he is more personally comfortable with. He, along with many of our councillors, refuse to believe that maybe what they were taught about policing was a lie. Maybe your reality is that police keep you safe. They sure know how to protect property in rich white neighborhoods, I'll tell you that, but they do not keep Black people, brown people, homeless people, queer people, survivors of domestic abuse and sexual assault, or mentally ill people safe. I'm saying this as a survivor of sexual assault myself, whose last thing I wanted after it happened was to call a group of armed, poorly trained cops and ask them for help. I did not expect them to come from a place of understanding, nor from a trauma-informed place. I do not want to hear about how you plan on diversity workshop training your way out of this inherently racist system. I do not want to hear about adding to the already grossly large police budget while childcare continues to be underfunded, might I add. And I do not want to hear about body cams. None of these reforms, and I say reforms in quotation marks, are proven to be helpful. They are created to give us the illusion of change while quietly maintaining the status quo. It is particularly concerning that Mayor Tory voted against having to hold officers accountable who tamper with said body cams. It really feels like he is putting a weak, soggy Band-Aid over an ever-bleeding wound. And not only is he expecting us to pay for it, but he also wants us to thank him. We did not ask for a Band-Aid. We are asking you to use your position to heal the wound in its entirety. This looks like actually investing in the betterment of Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities in our city. This looks like housing, community-based and trauma-informed emergency services, after-school programming, food justice, restorative services, and so much more. These are just some of the many non-police investments we can make, seeing as over-policing communities is proven to not reduce crime. We don't trust the police or the SIU, and I hope that you, Mr. Tory, are not going to wait until another person dies before you actually take real transformative action. Communities have been traumatized, criminalized, and suffering at the hands of the police for far too long. I teach my preschool children what it means to be a community builder on a regular basis. I invite you all to tap into your inner child and ask them what true community safety and support looks like. I'm doing this for the Black and brown babies in my care who I fear will soon find out that the police are actually in fact a danger to them. Enough is enough. It's time to actually do the work you say you will be doing. Defund the police and invest in communities. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you for being with us today. We all appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Akwilla Noza, to be followed by Chris Langenfeld. Akwilla, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Akwilla Noza. I am a 20-year-old resident of Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre within the city of Toronto. Born in the GTHA, Toronto has been my home ever since I can remember. I am a health studies student at McMaster University, a daughter, a sister, and I am also a Black woman. I'm here today to speak on what I believe needs to be a part of the solution to holding police accountable following excessive force altercations. Some context of what brings me here today. In hearing of the death of Regis Korchinski-Paquette, I felt extremely disheartened, devastated, and unsafe. This is not the first time I felt this way in regards to my community in relation to police.
My heart sinks whenever police are in my vicinity. My heart also sinks when I remember the incidents involving Canadians, Defonte Miller, Andrew Loku, Rodney Levi, Chantel Moore, and so many more. I went ahead to create an infographic that I shared on my social media in order to assure justice in Regis Korchinski-Paquette's case, which reached over 800,000 engagements across the web on Twitter and similar engagement on Instagram. The solidarity that I felt throughout this time from Black people and allies across these networks made me feel that I need to speak on how I picture accountability to be met by your officers. A key component in the accountability process for police use of force cases must be the suspension of the use of paid administrative leave for police officers who are under investigation, as well as withholding pensions and not rehiring police officers who are involved in excessive force. Paid administrative leave for police officers who are under investigation lessens the consequences of use of force and presumes the right of the police to use violence at all. The savings gathered from these effective measures can increase community-based budgets because the force no longer has to pay for the leave of individuals who have caused harm to citizens. Furthermore, withholding the pensions and refusing to rehire police officers involved in excessive force means that police officers who are known for their use of violence will no longer be a danger to the public. To expand the reach of policing through multi-million-dollar initiatives such as body cameras and training will not resolve anti-Black racism rooted in many members of the police force. These initiatives have also demonstrated time and time again through research and community anecdotes across North America that they are ineffective in reducing the use of excessive force. Your police force cannot state they stand with Black Torontonians while also engaging in systemic anti-Black racism through steps that do not prioritize the safety of communities. I hope your board considers the suspension of the use of paid administrative leave for police officers who are under investigation, as well as withholding pensions and not rehiring police officers who are involved in excessive force in order to protect the safety of the public. All Black Lives Matter. This should be a given.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members, questions? Mr. Morgan? I think you're still on mute, Mr. Morgan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, caller, for your deputation. I think I want to just, again, repeat some of the pieces I had said earlier in our morning meeting around not to necessarily take our silence as being, lack of participation. We are listening, and I think that's a very important part of this process and taking notes and being able to take this information to a form that we can actually do the work that you're asking of us. So I've heard a lot of themes around some of these pieces from callers speaking to the mental health aspect and the violence that is associated with some of the interactions. So I do want to acknowledge that, and this is obviously a concern for us as a board, and want to be able to work with community to resolve some of these issues in a way that's meaningful. And I don't want this to come across as being somehow that we're not engaging. This is a format that we have at our disposal right now, but I do believe that beyond today, there will be opportunities to continue this work. So to you, caller, and to all the other callers prior, I appreciate you taking the time. I think it's very important to engage. So we look forward to coming up with the solutions that are needed. So thank you.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Does anyone have a question? Board members, any questions? No, hearing none. Again, thank you for taking the time today. The entire board appreciates it. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chris Langenfeld. Chris will be the last speaker today. Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll say to the board, I did submit a Microsoft presentation slideshow for today, but I'm told that staff have decided to set aside board policy and ignore charter expression rights by limiting permitted forms of expression to those that are most ineffective. The professed justification being social distancing. I'm also told for the record, or I also note for the record that solely as a result of the tragically flawed process in place for this virtual town meeting, each of the past 3 scheduled half-day sessions thus far have only used about half of the allotted time in each half-day session. This morning's session, for example, ran from 9 until 10:30 rather than until the scheduled noon end time. Meanwhile, more than 5,000 people have already viewed yesterday's YouTube feed, yet the vast majority of them have been refused the opportunity to speak on these issues. On body-worn cameras are only useful if the public can trust that the recordings will be properly used. And the reality is that based on a very long history of events, the public has already every reason to distrust this board and the service. We know that body-worn cameras are currently scheduled to be implemented at the end of this month, I believe, and yet the public still hasn't even been told what the rules the TPS plans in that regard. Naturally, the public can only assume that this secretive process will yield a design meant to prevent officers from being held accountable, and it is exactly that lack of accountability that represents the status quo, which callers here have repeatedly said needs to change. It seems most likely that body-worn camera rules will ultimately be whatever interim chief Framer decides will best protect police misconduct from being found out. In regards to the MCIT should be replaced with ambulance and paramedic staff. Ambulances already operate 24/7, and they are competently trained and qualified medical professionals. Minor changes to their structure and additional hiring can far more effectively respond to events of mental health crisis than police can. In the 911 system, 911 shouldn't be managed by Toronto Police. Toronto's 911 processing times before emergency units are even dispatched are twice the length of other 911 services in the region. In Vaughan, 911 is under the budget of fire and rescue services. Otherwise, it seems like eventually the public will begin to act in accordance with where Joe DeLuca's decision now leaves the state of Canadian law, which would mean that when the public sees police officers committing crimes, they should get a group together and then they should chase down those officers and beat those violent armed criminals until those officers unequivocally surrender and no longer present any danger to the public. I do fully believe that such actions will ultimately lead to the downfall of our society and would be an absolutely horrible thing. But I also believe that the current actions of this board and its officers are already effectively speeding us towards that collapse of our civilization. We already see that more and more of our population opts to take justice into their own hands rather than endanger the lives of themselves and others by calling police.
Mr. Langenfeld, you're at 3.5 minutes. I have to wrap you up. Thank you very much for your comments. I just have a couple of comments before I turn over to the board for questions. You mentioned that we didn't put up your presentation. That was because technologically we couldn't do that, but we're accepting it and making it part of the public record. You also mentioned
that's the opposite, that they can do it, but they refuse to because other people would want to do it as well.
Well, that's not what I've been advised. I was advised over the lunch hour that they couldn't do it. Okay. I was advised by staff over the lunch hour that they could not do it. Second point, you talked about the short sessions. I agree that sessions were shorter than planned, but they were fully booked and we can't control people canceling on us. And a number of people canceled this morning. We followed up with everybody that registered yesterday, both sessions, and everybody this morning. Everyone had lots of reminders, and we can only plan for those that say they're coming, and we can't overbook in anticipation that people will actually show up. I will now turn.
The board is the ones who chose to create a system whereby people had to pre-register a week and a half in advance rather than simply calling in on a first-come, first-served basis and being able to speak, which could have successfully used all the time available and been much more effective. But that would have been a reduction in the control, and that, of course, is not what this board wants.
Actually, it has nothing to do with, I don't want to debate you, Mr. Langenfeld, but it has nothing to do with control. It has everything to do with what's feasible technologically and loading people on. If people were calling in during the meeting, the one person that's doing all that work couldn't possibly do it. I will now turn over to the board for questions. Any questions, board members? Seeing none, as usual, Mr. Langenfeld, thank you very much for your comments, and hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Well, board members, I think, was that our last speaker?
Yes, it was, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Once again, board members, thank you very much for being with me here today, and to all of those, I'll come back to board members in a second. I see a couple of people have something to say. And to all of you who called in, thank you very much. As Mr. Morgan said earlier, we're all taking notes and listening to you. And when you see our heads down, it's not because we're looking at our phones, it's because we're actually writing down what all of you are saying and capturing. We also have staff doing that as well. And all of your comments are some themes that we've heard throughout the last 2 days. So very powerful themes. And you can believe me when I can speak for the board and say we're all listening and paying very close attention to what you're saying. I'll now turn it over to any board member that has anything to say before we wrap up. Ms. Molinar, I saw you wave. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to echo what you've just said about the absolute intensity with which we have been listening. And I have been very grateful to hear the wide range of perspectives from a wide range of people over the past 2 days. So thank you to staff for enabling this. It has not been perfect, but we can never achieve perfect. So really appreciate all the efforts to get all the voices we have been able to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, board members. And more so, thank you to everyone who called in. And thank you to those who are watching on YouTube and that are engaged in this process. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you again next time. Bye for now.